The hour of 6:30 having come and gone, I will call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, July 15th, 2025, and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Alder Knox.
Present.
Madison.
Here.
Martinez Rutherford. Martinez Rutherford. Come back. Matthews. Here. Mayor.
Here.
O'Brien.
Here.
Okovich. Pritchett.
Here.
Tischler.
I'm here.
Revere.
Here.
Vitiver.
Here.
Duncan.
Here.
Evers.
Here.
Field.
Here.
Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Glenn. Here. Govindarajan.
Here.
Ugair.
Here.
Harrington McKinney is absent. Lankella.
Here.
Alder Martinez Rutherford, are you online? Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. As usual, I will remind us that we're here to do the business of the people of Madison and ask that we do so with kindness and grace, and in particular, refrain from using profanity in remarks, whether it's members of the body, staff, or folks here from the public to comment. I will also remind us collectively that while members of the public are allotted 3 minutes for public comment and others are allotted 10, there is no need to use your full time if your point has been made. That said, our first item is a happy one. It's a presentation. Item 1 is Legistar 88866, the presentation of the 2025 Reverend James C. Wright Human Rights Award by the City of Madison Equal Opportunities Commission and the Department of Civil Rights Equal Opportunities Division to Edward L. Murray, Jr. And to make the presentation, I will invite former Alder Brian Benford and the Director of the Department of Civil Rights, Norm Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm joined by Director Davis and Dina Wright, Commissioner Dina Wright, which I think is fitting. The award is named after her father. So it's my great honor to present the Reverend James C. Wright Human Rights Award. Honors the late Reverend James C. Wright, who served as Executive Director of the Equal Opportunities Commission from its inception in 1968 until his retirement in 1992. The award is given to an individual who best exemplifies Reverend Wright's dedication and compassion for civil and human rights and conducts their life daily consistent with these values. The Equal Opportunities Commission has selected Mr. Edward Ed L. Murray, Jr. as the recipient of the 2025 Human Rights Award. Known for his humble and selfless character, Ed Murray has dedicated over 50 years to serving those in Madison's community who were most in need, reflecting Reverend James C. Wright's character and legacy as a dedicated public servant. Ed is a former resident of Madison and has worked in Madison for most of his career. As a leader and founding member of the 100 Black Men of Madison, Ed led youth and adult-based programs through the organization's Mentoring the 100 Way Across the Lifetime program, serving thousands of youth and adults of all races and genders across the greater Madison area. This mentoring program provided crucial services, including face-to-face mentoring, online mentor training, a virtual mentee curriculum that includes health and wellness materials, and post-secondary academic scholarships. As an active member of Dane County's NAACP, Ed is also steadfast in addressing social and economic injustices faced by Black and Brown communities, sometimes being the only person of color in the room. Dedicated to taking action, Ed not only provides tangible solutions to such issues, but also carefully instructs others how to do the same. The Ed Murray that I know doesn't understand how to say no to those in need for those who are attempting to help those in need, according to Frances Huntley Cooper, former mayor of Fitchburg, Wisconsin, and the first African American female mayor in Wisconsin. Attributing his motivation for service to God, family, and country, Ed Murray's unwavering dedication, leadership, and impactful contributions to the community make him a deserving candidate for the Reverend James C. Wright Human Rights Award. In conclusion, Mr. Murray's unwavering dedication, leadership, and impactful contributions to the community make him a deserving candidate. With this award, and for keeping in the tradition of what Reverend Wright stood for in our community, the Equal Opportunities Commission and the Department of Civil Rights Equal Opportunities Division would like to honor Mr. Edward L. Murray Jr. and say thank you for your service to our community.
First off, I'd like to thank the office that presented this to me, Dr. Rose, the 100 Black men, and the community itself. It is an honor to accept this, but most of all, it has been my privilege to serve. It is one of the things that, of course, you know, I watched the mayor when she was being elected, and we stood beside each other. And I watched how you've grown too, and how you've served this community. But most of all, I want to thank my wife. I took a lot of time away from my house, a lot of times away from the family, and my support was my Tina Murray. So in that saying that, the people that were before me, I stand on their shoulders. Reverend Wright stood and made a difference for people like me to be where I am today. Had it not been for someone like him and the people who've won this award before, I would not be able to be here to stand and tell you that. The dedication of the people prior to me, after me, there was going to be someone else. So I want to thank you all, and may God bless you all.
Well, congratulations. If I can get a motion, please. The motion is to adopt. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Alder Knox?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, I've known Ed Murray for many years, and we both were privileged to be mentored by Reverend Wright. One of the things he stressed on us is not only to serve, but to try to serve with some dignity and respect. It's a lot to live up to. But Ed has served tirelessly for veterans, I know, for youth, for the Black community. He served a lot on a few county committees for a long time. And so, and probably many, many other issues that I've worked with Ed on and he's worked on over the years. So I just want to say I'm so proud of my brother here and hope that he can take a little rest from some of that work, but I know he won't because he doesn't know how to say no. So congratulations, Ed.
Thank you, Alder. And with no further discussion, let me say again, congratulations and thank you for your work in our community. We collectively very much appreciate you. And is there any objection to an enthusiastic and congratulatory vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. Thank you again. All right. That will take us then to disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals on tonight's agenda? Alder Field.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll recuse on item 4.
Item 4? Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler?
Yes, I'm also a UW employee, so I'll have to recuse myself on item 4 as well.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any further disclosures or recusals? Alder Matthews.
I'm just disclosing that I am a UW employee, but I am not, it will not affect my vote on this.
On item 4?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Mayor.
Same on number 4. UW employee will not affect my vote.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any further disclosures or recusals on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, then we'll move to the presentation of the consent agenda. President Vitiver.
All right, a consent agenda is moved with the recommended action listed for each item on the agenda, except items that have registrants wishing to speak and items that alders have separated out for discussion or debate purposes. This document lists supermajority items, agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda, items for exclusions, items introduced from the floor, and agenda items with corrections. Supermajority items, number 44, legislative file number 88894, and that is also being excluded by Alder Verveer. Items with recommendations different from the agenda. All items in this section, items 32 through 43, are all items that were moved to adopt at Finance Committee. Other items excluded by the request of alders or speakers. Item 6, legislative file 88735, amending section 28135 and 16236D and creating 280317 of the Madison General Ordinances related to deep residential lots to facilitate easier development. Item 7, legislative file 88736, substitute, amending various tables within chapter 28 of the Madison General Ordinances to permit 2-family twin and 2-unit buildings in all districts where single-family dwellings are also allowed. Item 8, legislative file 88737, amending sections in chapter 28 of the Madison General Ordinances related to downtown and urban districts to allow more permitted uses within the districts. And item 11, legislative file 88846, creating subdivision 8.353F of the Madison General Ordinances to allow for construction and change in the legal status of certain lands associated with the Madison Lakeway project. Items introduced from the floor, legislative file number 89144, accepting ownership of the sculpture Mother and Child by Austin Brantley, located at the end of the sidewalk segment in the public right-of-way adjacent to 3002 Darbo Drive, which is a stunning piece of work.
Thank you, Madam President. Are there any other items that alders would like to see excluded from the consent agenda at this time? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. To confirm what the President stated, I do request separation on item 44, but it is simply for a referral. Is it your wish that we might
If
that up as part of the
there's no
consent
objection
motion?
from your colleagues, we could take that up as part of the consent motion. What's the requested referral?
Thank you. This is at the request of city staff. They're requesting that agenda item 44 be referred to the Madison Arts Commission meeting of July 28th and the Common Council meeting of August 5th.
All right. So the requested referral on item 44 is to Arts on 7/28 and the Council on 8/5. Is there any objection to including that as part of the consent agenda? Seeing no objection, we'll include that as part of the consent agenda. All right, Alder Matthews.
Can I add myself as a co-sponsor to something that's on the consent agenda without taking it off? Or
Yes, you may, and
is now the time to do that? Or
now is a good time to do that, but you can also do it via email to the clerk.
oh, I can just do that.
Yep. Thank you, Alder. Are there any other Items that alders wish to have excluded from the consent agenda at this time. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Item number 41, is that already excluded?
Item 41, Alder, is not yet excluded.
And item number, file number 43, is that?
And item number 43.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other items that alders would like to have excluded from the consent agenda at this time? Seeing none, let's go through that again. So we'll note that on 44, the motion will be to refer to arts on 728 and council on 85. Items 32 through 40 and 42 are all the report of the Finance Committee, and the recommendation is to adopt. Items 6, 7, 8, 11, 41, and 43 will be excluded from the consent agenda. We have one introduction from the floor of Legistar 89144. Anything else? Should I go through that again? Nope. Okay. All right, then. On the consent agenda, a motion, please. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote and move on to public comment. All right. Our first item with public comment is agenda item number 6, a substitute amending sections of the Madison General Ordinances related to deep residential lots to facilitate easier development. On item 6, our first registrant wishing to speak is Benjamin Nofke of District 11, to be followed by Josh Olson, to be followed by Grace Hassler. Do we have Benjamin? Please.
Hello. Thanks for listening to me tonight. So I'm Ben. I'm from District 11, the Westmoreland neighborhood. And so I'm just generally really excited about the 3 things that are happening tonight. I feel like it's been a long time coming. And so for flag lots, to me, it's just like a really great way for infill development to happen. You know, there's a decent amount of lots that are pretty big. And so especially for a more developed area of the city, we don't have a lot of vacant lots to develop on. And so when we can create opportunities to put more housing stock there, especially more diverse types of housing, we can get more people into neighborhoods, shopping locally, and just interacting with each other and having a good time. And so I'm excited for this process to be tested so that we can see like what works, what doesn't work, what needs to be fixed. And then hopefully we can see how can we make this work and ease the requirements to make it applicable in even more places where it makes sense. Because it's a never-ending thing, and we should always strive to make it better. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Josh Olson of District 6, to be followed by Grace Hassler, to be followed by Marshall Bergman. Josh.
Hello, my name is Josh. I'd like to say that this is a good idea. I believe that simplifying the rules and allowing more housing types is something that we should be doing in Madison. We should continue to find more of these. I want to thank city staff, alders, whoever proposed this, and I hope you can find more. Simplifying the zoning code is a good step for us, a good direction for us to move into. I will also add, I think part of that process would be documenting all of the lot width and size information, because when I look at it in the assessor data, sometimes it's missing. So just a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Grace Hassler of District 4, to be followed by Marshall Bergman. Grace? Do we have Grace online?
Mayor, I don't see Grace in attendance. There are a couple phone numbers that I don't see registered either.
All right. Then let's go on to Marshall Bergman of District 4.
Hi everyone, my name is Marshall Bergman. I live right here downtown. I wanted to speak in support of the proposed housing plan and thank all the people who have worked on it and supported it, and all those who have co-sponsored this. All three of these proposals will help to improve development in Madison and make housing more affordable for everyone who lives here. Streamlining the process for more development will help increase housing supply and help address the growing housing crisis that sees prices rising. As someone who lives here in the heart of Madison, I welcome more growth and development in my neighborhood, as well as any further reforms that make it easier to build more housing. These reforms are good and necessary, and I'd like to thank those who support them once again.
Thank you. Those are all the registrants wishing to speak on item 6. I'll just see again if Grace Hassler is present. Seems not. Okay. Are there any questions for any of the registrants on item 6? Seeing none, then we'll move on to item 7, which is a substitute amending various tables within Chapter 8 of the Madison General Ordinances to permit 2-family twin and 2-unit buildings in all districts where single-family dwellings are also allowed. Our first registrant is Benjamin Nofke of District 11, to be followed by Josh Olson, to be followed by Ian Jamieson. Ben?
Hi again. So again, another exciting change. I think about my neighborhood. We have apartments and we have single-family homes, and I hear people are really in support of missing middle. And to me, this is a really great step to get us there, especially because there's some new up-and-coming local businesses around my area, and I'd love to see them succeed with more people around. And so, really, I feel like the other spirit of this is that we're trying to catch up with housing supply, but there's the other catch-up game that we're playing, which is housing policy. And so please keep it coming. I would really like to see just a constant stream of this happening. Thank you again.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Josh Olson of District 6, to be followed by Ian Jamieson, to be followed by Darren Wisniewski. Josh?
Hello again. I think this is a great idea. I was here in February in support of some smaller changes that we made, and I remember former Alder Bennett saying she put forward duplexes, but there was just not enough support to get them across the finish line. So standing here less than 6 months later and seeing them being on the floor is awesome to see. I think it's important to make this change because duplexes are the next increment of housing. Madison is growing. That's not going to stop, and it's important to grow along with it. Because this is the next increment of housing, I believe if you don't support this change, I don't understand what housing you do support. Sprawl is expensive, and it's isolating. Infill builds wealth and communities, and I really hope that all alders can support this. This won't fix our housing shortage. There's a lot more to do. I know people want condos. I saw the Brink proposal for the Brayton lot, and that made me excited because that's 281 potential condo units out of the 40 or something that were proposed in the last 5 years. We should do that, and duplexes. I think there's a lot of yes ands here with the housing policy that we can push forward. Yes to duplexes and removing lot minimums. Yes to flag lots and removing parking mandates. Yes to streamlining apartment buildings in dense areas and building more. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ian Jamieson of District 6, to be followed by Darren Wisniewski. Ian? Do we have Ian?
Mayor, I don't see Ian online either.
All right, thank you. Then we'll go on to Darren Wisniewski of District 4, representing AARP Wisconsin. Darren?
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Darren Wisniewski, and while I reside in District 10, I'm here tonight representing AARP Wisconsin and speak on behalf of our almost 30,000 members here in the city in support of Legistar items 88735 and 88736. which in our opinion supports the development of middle housing. In our 2023 report, Discovering and Developing Missing Middle Housing, we outlined 5 reasons AARP supports promoting options in housing. Diverse housing options for those wanting smaller units and yards, affordability by design when housing costs are spread over more units, small land use and sustainability because middle housing can be focused in areas already supported by city infrastructure, equity in home ownership in instances where smaller units are built or rental income can help support housing costs, and aging in place through downsizing options. Every few years, AARP conducts home and community preference surveys where we ask our members their experience with livability in their homes and communities. From the earlier versions to the most recent in 2024, our members have expressed an overwhelming desire to remain in their homes and at least in their communities as they age. But less than half believe that's possible, although 71% believe their community is poised to meet their needs as they grow older. So let's let that sink in for a moment. People wish to stay and they believe their community can meet their needs, but they don't believe their current home or community will be able to make that happen, is equipped to do so. Exploring further, we find that 60% of respondents indicate that they would consider moving to lower housing costs and be in a place that is easier to maintain. Again, we've built our communities. We've built Madison in a fashion that limits housing choice. I shared with our members in a recent email about my experience talking with neighbors in Hill Farms. By all accounts, this is a textbook community to grow older in. Walkable streets with access to shopping and groceries, access to BRT for when you need to go further and cannot drive, and a great sense of community. They all recognize these benefits, but they also were aware of a big barrier to making this so. The homes they raised their families in were too large and not designed for accessibility, and there were no choices for them to downsize into while remaining rooted in their community. In AARP's publication, Expanding Missing Middle Housing Options, we review case studies in communities across the country and provide suggestions for local regulation to promote housing choice. The guide offers principles to keep in mind when developing housing regulations: allow broadly, exclude narrowly, and distribute equitably to expand opportunity. We applaud the mayor and staff for developing proposals that capture the spirit of these principles. By allowing duplexes by right across the city and flag lots where applicable, Madison is working towards providing residents housing choices. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other registrants wishing to speak on item 7. Are there any questions for any of the registrants? Seeing none, and we'll move on to item 8, which is amending sections in Chapter 28 of the Madison General Ordinances related to downtown and urban districts to allow more permitted uses within the districts. Our first registrant is Ben Nofke of District 11, to be followed by Josh Olson. Ben?
Last time. Hey again. Okay, so I don't live downtown. I mean, I like downtown a lot, but I'm still excited about this because streamlining things is really good. So, this is going to help small-scale developers, and the more experienced small-scale developers we can get, they're just going to be more nimble and able to operate in more places to build that community and ecosystem. And then we're also going to save city staff time, which I think is valuable. Additionally, I hope that we learn from the streamlining process that we can say, like, hey, other areas of the city, there are probably things that we spend too much time thinking about whether we should approve, and we know we're probably going to approve it. So I would love to see this down the line say, like, hey, in District 11, like, what should we stop thinking so hard about? Like, what do we know is going to work? And I forgot to say in the other 2 times, thanks for everyone that worked on this, and thanks again for listening.
Thank you. Next registrant is Josh Olson of District 6. Josh?
I swear we didn't coordinate, but Ben stole a lot of my words here. Streamlining is good. If we find more examples of housing where a significant portion is approved by commissions, we should make that by right. The only thing that I'll say in addition to what Ben said is we can continue to build up in Madison by facilitating easier development in our dense areas and make it more likely that dense projects are built in dense parts of the city. So this, I think, is a good change to try and make those, it was like the 4 to 6 story apartment buildings more likely to be built downtown. And I think that's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are our registrants wishing to speak on item 8. Are there questions for either of the registrants? Seeing none. And we will move on to item 11, which is creating a subdivision of the Madison General Ordinances to allow for construction and change in the legal status of certain lands associated with the Madison Lakeway project. Our first registrant is Cynthia McCallum of District 13, to be followed by Carrie Rothberg, to be followed by Jason Hagenow. Cynthia? Do we have Cynthia?
Mayor, Cynthia was online just about 5 minutes ago, but I don't see them anymore.
All right, well, we'll move on and come back. Then do we have Carrie Rothberg? All right, what about Jason Hagenow of District 13? All right. And Bert Zipperer, I believe District 6.
Mayor, I believe Bert was having issues with the registration link, so I think we're sending it to Bert one more time.
Okay. Then Andrew Swartz of District 6. All right. Helen Kitchell of District 13. Nino Amato of District 11. Oh, Helen? Helen, go ahead. There you go.
Okay. Can I speak it from this one? Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be sure. I'm Helen Kitchell, and I wanted to say that I'm very concerned about this potential, the referendum for the, let's see, how was it is, for the resolution to exempt the Lakeway project from the ordinance. The reason that shoreline parks ordinance was put in place is exactly this kind of project. This project is a huge project affecting over a mile of shoreline, and in fact affecting 3 different parks and the entire John Nolan Causeway. That's the reason this ordinance was put in place, was for these kinds of major projects. And to exempt it from this takes away the opportunity for the residents of Madison to have a say in the oversight of how those shorelines are developed. It has been, it's one of those things that the residents wanted that ordinance because they wanted to be able to have a say. This is a long-term project. It can be 5 and 10 years out. They might agree with the project at this point in time, and it's favorably received right now. But it also, in 5 years, it might have developed to be a different kind of project. And in 10 years, there is a master plan, but we all know that master plans can be changed over time. So I think it's very important that the citizens of Madison who love their lakes get a say in this project as it develops over time, as it changes over time, and how it's paid for over time. So there have been past exemptions for this ordinance, which only makes sense because they were projects that, say, bordered like Olin or Olbrich, where it bordered Starkweather Creek. That's a navigable waterway. It wasn't an entire lakefront. We're talking about an entire lakefront that will be developed, and I think the citizens of Madison deserve a say in how that proceeds forward. And the other exemptions have been for projects that simply bordered navigable waters, or they didn't have significant lakefront development occurring. So I think that's very important. And I think that the citizens deserve the right to have a say, have oversight. There has been lots of input. There was the whole contest to select a consultant and all those other things, and I agree with all those things. And they got a lot of input, but that input was then, those decisions were made by an ad hoc committee that could pick and choose what they liked and what they didn't like. That doesn't mean that the citizens got to have a say in this. They said their piece, they gave their input, but they did not make that decision. This is the opportunity for the citizens to have a say in that decision-making process. So I think that's really important. Yes, it has. And I think it's very, I'm not opposed to the project. I think it's very favorably received. However, it also needs to have some accountability. And that removing that accountability,
That's your time, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Linda Lenhertz of District 6, to be followed by Bert Zipperer. Linda? Linda, you should be able to unmute yourself now. *6 on your phone.
Okay, good. Thank you. MGO is a charter ordinance that was adopted by a voter referendum and under state statutes can only be changed by the voters. The binding referendum on staggered alder terms was held because MGO 301 had been adopted by a binding referendum. This is no different. A binding referendum is required because 8.35 was adopted by binding referendum. In 2014, the city repealed paragraph 7 of this ordinance, claiming it was not a charter based on a 2004 legal opinion from the city attorney. That legal opinion claimed that since the charter section being amended or repealed wasn't specified, it didn't qualify. But section 8.35 enacted a new law. Thus, there was no basis for citing a charter section being amended or repealed. And this charter ordinance was in accord with other city charter ordinances that enacted new charter provisions. Over the years, 5 referendums have been held under this ordinance. The council on 3 occasions has declined to exempt 3 different proposals. And although the council has amended the ordinance over the years to exempt various projects, it was not legally allowed to make such amendments, but voters didn't question the action at the time. The Lakeway project holds a much higher impact than those other projects, not only for capital costs, but there's maintenance costs. And for the maintenance, we just approved a $22 referendum, $22 million referendum, and the city expects to shift another $25 million from the operating budget to the municipal bill by 2030. And then, of course, there are the environmental concerns since Law Park is built upon a toxic dump. And over the years, various projects had not even come before council for the creation of an exemption. Land at B.B. Clark was sold to an abutting property owner that had encroached upon the land. The expansion of the Warner Community Center at $9 million presumably comes within the scope of 8.35 since a referendum was held on the original community center. Yet the need for a referendum was never discussed. The Parks Department should pay more attention to this ordinance, and I would hope that the council would formally accept that this is a charter ordinance that requires a binding referendum.
You have about 30 seconds left.
So that each time there is something that potentially needs a referendum, we aren't going to go through this charade of council having the authority to amend the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bert Zipper of District 6, to be followed by, well, then we'll go back to the top of the list and see if we have folks here. Bert?
Hi, good evening. I should put on my, anyway. Thank you for hearing me. I was the alderperson in District 6 in the early 90s when this Shoreline Parks charter ordinance was passed. I actually worked and collected signatures to help make this happen. I believe you must take this project to referendum, or else you're creating a precedent that's essentially killing this. The reason for this ordinance, which this referendum passed, it was a citizen initiative. People collected signatures all across the city and worked super hard to put it on the ballot, and it won overwhelmingly because people understand that shorelines need to be protected. They understand that shorelines are precious and limited. I had a friend in the early 90s from Chicago who was shocked to find out that Chicago protects the shorelines more than Madison does. And this referendum comes out of that. How do we protect the environment? There's always going to be really good ideas to build stuff. And if it's a really good idea, it'll pass the referendum. And if it's not a really good idea, the referendum will fail. To circumvent this, to exempt this, is essentially to kill that and to open up the shoreline everywhere. to whatever the future generations wish to create. This protects a precious resource from being further lost to the citizens of Madison. So I urge you to vote and require the referendum for any action on this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I understand that we're having some issues with folks getting links to speak, so I'll just go through the list again and we'll see if we have anybody here. If not, we may take a moment while staff get them links. So do we have Stephen Vanko of District 13?
My name is Steve Vanko. I'm a 73-year resident of the city of Madison. I've lived on Monona Bay for 36 years, 11 years on West Shore, and 26 years on South Shore. Our problem with this park is that the city came through several years ago and put up these monstrous LED lights that shine right into our houses. And they've come out and they've lowered them 5 different times. They've lowered the wattage on them 3 different times, and they still shine all the way through our house. They go through our dining room, our kitchen, and end up on the back wall. They go 3/4 of the way through our living room. We've tried to deal with the city on it. Ours got put off because of the university project. We're just worried as we sit in our living room or out in front and look at the downtown skylight that this city park along there, what are you going to do with those lights? I know this maybe isn't the right meeting to be talking about this. It sounds like we should have been here tomorrow night, but we're just worried that, and our alder before was talking about a dark sky city. I don't know whatever happened to that, but I'm sure that this park isn't going to help that. Jane and I rode our bikes down here tonight, and that's a terrible drive there. The cars are going so fast. You can't carry on a conversation. You know, if you lower the speed limit, I don't know if that's going to help or not. The road is so bumpy. Of course, that's going to be a new road, and that's a treacherous shoreline there. I mean, I was on the Madison Fire Department, and I was on Lake Rescue, and we had so many calls in that area because of the boating popularity and stuff. But that is a rough section of water, and to put a park on there, I haven't seen the big plans, but I think you're going to run into troubles with that. In such a long stretch of property, like she said, I mean, it goes all the way on John Nolan, from Olin all the way down to the intersection down there. And I don't know, we're just worried about what's going to happen. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think none of these people are in the room, but let's just make sure. Cynthia McCallum, Carrie Rothberg, Jason Hagenow, Andrew Statz, Nino Amato. All right. Staff are working on getting links to these folks. And this is the last item, I believe, that we have registrants wishing to speak. So let me ask if there are any questions for the registrants on item 11 so far, or any of the registrants that are here available for questions. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I see that former Alder Alan Arnson is with us, and he has registered in support, available to answer questions. So I'd like to ask him to come forward, please.
Former Alder.
Hi, Alan. Thanks for being here, and thanks for all of your work on the Madison Lakeway project.
And I can vouch for the problems with the Zoom links, because I rode my bike down here in a hurry, as I couldn't get it. Yep.
Thanks for your dedication. For those that don't know you, and as you know, we have several new colleagues on the council since the Lake Monona Waterfront Master Plan was adopted unanimously by this body last year. Could you just first just explain your background as chair of the ad hoc committee, what the ad hoc committee's role was,
Yeah, I think it was in 2022, right around then, the city, first of all, the city did had the back up just a little more. Connecting downtown to the lake shore was identified as the top priority in the, I think, 2012 master plan. And then there have been various efforts to look into connecting Wilson Street to Law Park. And there was a significant public outreach and engagement process for that. Then after the 2019 elections, the mayor thought, well, wait a minute, we're building John Nolan Drive, let's look at extending the park south. And so then the proposed park was extended to simultaneously, the city had bought some land on the north end of Olin Park, where the State Medical Society building is, and that hadn't been included in the Olin Park plan. So then the idea was, okay, let's look at a park that runs from Machinery Row to Lakeside Street, essentially. It's 1.7 miles along the shoreline. It's big. It's right next to downtown. It's spectacular. And then what the city did, and I give it a lot of credit, entered into a really innovative process for it. They said, we're going to have this is a world-class area. We want world-class designers to plan it. And so what we're going to do is we're going to set up what's called a design challenge, where we're going to send out requests for qualifications all over the world, and we're going to then get solicitations from the best design firms, certainly in the country. We got them, and with the design challenge, they said that we're going to appoint this committee, and this was the committee I chaired, the Lake Mona Waterfront Ad Hoc Committee, and there's 13 members, and this committee is going to receive these submittals and put a process in place and score them, and then the top 3 finalists, we're going to pay them $75,000 each to do a conceptual master plan for this park. And of that money, I'd been involved with a nonprofit at the time called Friends of Nolan Waterfront, and we raised some money and we paid for half of that, and the city paid for half of it for the design challenge. And so then the committee oversaw the design challenge. We truly got spectacular firms, a firm that and the hard thing wasn't to pick one, it was to reject 2 of them. One that we rejected was James Corner, who did the High Line in New York. These guys are good. And we ended up picking Sasaki. And we went through a process, this was the master plan, sort of the document that shows what this council approved last April. But we had an enormously public process. Our committee had at least 40 meetings, all of which were public. We had half a dozen big public events at Monona Terrace, at the library. We had tables at the Unity Picnic. We had tables at Loop the Lake. And we had, and the Parks Department set up a very good online comment process. And I'm just reading this from the master plan. There were over 8,000 public survey responses. There were 12,000 plus Google Map comments. And so there was a ton of public process that then resulted in our committee recommending Sasaki to prepare a master plan. This is still all under the design challenge. It was kind of cool because we had sort of plenary authority. We were really not accountable to anybody. And so we came up with Sasaki, designed the master plan, and then once that was done, then our committee dissolved essentially, because then that plan went through the city process. It went through half a dozen city committees, transportation, parks, arts, et cetera. And then it went to this council. And the thing that I felt really good about as the chair of the ad hoc committee is it passed unanimously at each step of the way, there was fundamentally, I don't recall any opposition, which I viewed as speaking well to the process that we had. And so that was the process. Then the committee dissolved. And then since then, wearing another hat, I'm an officer of Madison Lakeway Partners, and I don't know if it was on the consent agenda. No.
It's been separated.
Okay.
So we're still going to
There's
discuss
another-
that later
We're
tonight.
in the process of looking to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the city to manage this park. We're looking to raise money for this park, something kind of akin to the Old Brick Botanical Society. So we've really had just an enormous, and just very much committed to a public process historically.
Yeah, well, yeah, thank you. You anticipated most all of my questions, Alan, with your first response. And the main information I wanted you to share with colleagues is the very extensive public participatory process that has been underway all these many years, both under your leadership with the ad hoc committee, where we had record-breaking attendance at meetings. You literally couldn't even get on the third floor of the Central Library at one of the so highly attended meetings. But if you could just mention, for those that aren't familiar with then what the city staff-led process and Sasaki-led process has been, as well as the Madison Lakeway partners in terms of your individual public participatory processes, since this council last year unanimously adopted that master plan, because then, of course, there have been public information meetings that they've carried on, and then you've had your own events through partners. Could you talk about those a little more?
As the nonprofit, we've had events at the we have an office at the Lakeside Street Parks building. We've had public events there. We've had tables at Ride the Drive, at Loop the Lake, at the Unity Picnic, the Urban League. We've got a website with all sorts of outreach and looking for input that way. And yeah, we have an outreach committee, if anybody wants to join. We're utterly committed to, we think this park is a great thing for the city, and we're utterly committed to engaging the whole community in it.
Thank you. The last area I just wanted to probe with you is, as you and I have discussed earlier this afternoon, we likely will be offering an amendment tonight that will much more narrowly define a potential exemption from the referendum requirement and only limit that exemption to phase one of the Lakeway project. So perhaps my question is a two-part there. One is, because we have this awkwardness where, of course, the Q&A comes before staff questions and alder discussion, but you might want to quickly mention what phase one of Lakeway project is, the community causeway, but then secondarily, with your credentials as a former chair of ad hoc committee and as an officer of Madison Lakeway Partners, what's your personal thought on an amendment like that tonight?
Well, again, and like one of the speakers earlier said, this potential park is huge. It's 1.75 miles long. It's going to take, it could go as faster than anything's ever gone in Madison, and it'll take 20 years. But the first phase is along the John Nolan Causeway. John Nolan Causeway is getting rebuilt from Lakeside Street to Broome Street, and that's starting later this year, and the way it's set up to work is, and there's been really good coordination between the parks people and Sasaki and the roads people. They've really worked hard at that, because the park, and so the first phase of the Lakeway is what we're calling now the Skyline, and it's along that area. It's fundamentally a linear park with a wider bike lane, a separated pedestrian path, jogging path, and then piers and boardwalks going out, along with a number of environmental enhancements to, a whole big part of this is to make the lake bigger. So that's the first phase. That's going to probably start in 27 when they finish the road. It's going to start when they finish the road, because you can't have two construction crews on this narrow little causeway, and then ideally be completed in 27 or 28, and that is the area between Lakeside Street and Broome Street, and that is the area that is consistent with the amended language that you showed me earlier today.
Mm-hmm. And I know that you can speak on behalf of the nonprofit organization partners, but are you personally comfortable with that approach tonight?
We are. And again, what we've committed to is to raise $4 million by August of next year of private money to, because for this park to be what it should be, it's more, the cities, contributed a lot to it, the counties contributed to it, but the private sector has to also, and that's consistent with what's been identified as phase one.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Alan. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alan, don't go anywhere yet. Let's see if the other alders have questions for you. Alder Figueroa Cole?
Thank you, Mayor. Alan, so as a park commissioner for 4 years, I've been part of the process on regards to this project. So I'm pretty, I feel like I'm pretty informed of what the project is. But can you give us an idea on to the elders in the room and the public listening? Like, can you say how many meetings, engagement meetings had the project already completed?
I mean, again, our ad hoc committee had over 40 general public meetings. We had public comment at every meeting. And then we had 6 large meetings that were, inviting people in to compare, look at things, look at different alternatives, and provide comments. You've got some pictures here, sticky notes on boards, and you guys are all familiar with that kind of thing. Yeah, so those were 6 big, I'm just reading from this because I'm 70, I can only remember so much. 6 big public events, 8, and again, there was a very robust online survey process, and we got over 8,000 comments there. Sasaki, Anna Kaus, the principal from Sasaki, said she had never seen such an engaged community, and so.
And will you clarify also, is this the end of engagement, or is this a project that will continue to engage in the future?
I mean, again, we haven't done construction drawings yet. If people are familiar with the city process, nothing's going to get built without going through the full city process. That's if this amendment is passed, the regular city process, and again, for the master plan, we went to transportation, we went to parks, we went to plan, we went to Monona Terrace, we went to arts, and there's one other one we went to too. So this is going to go, every phase of this, every part of this, everything is going to go through the regular city process.
And lastly, there was a speaker that said that they haven't seen the plan, but they're worried. So if people want to learn more about the plan, can you please share the website?
Yeah, it's www.madisonlakeway.org, and it's got a lot of information on there. We've put a lot of work into it. We're very proud of it. It's a very rich website in terms of the information it provides.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Duncan, is it questions for Alan?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Alan, for being here. I just had one question. With regards to the community engagement, so that people who are listening and for the alders to be able to hear, what percentage of the residents and population of Madison would you say have been engaged in part of these conversations? Like 10%, 20%, 30%? Where exactly would you see that engagement from a percentage standpoint?
Obviously, that's a fairly impossible question to answer with any degree of certainty with the answer, but I'm looking at the Sasaki report that we put together with a master plan.
Alan, can you speak a little bit more into the mic? That's the only way they can hear you.
I apologize. Yes, I apologize.
Yeah,
so
no worries.
I'll behave. In addition to the 6 big public events, and I'm guessing they each had 400 or 500 people in there. The library was full. Monona Terrace auditorium area was full. The parks big conference room was over full. Again, it has 8,000 plus public survey comments, 3366 views on recorded presentations, 12,000 plus Google Maps comments, 6,000 plus Instagram and website views. This presumably doesn't include, we engaged Equity by Design to expressly reach out to disadvantaged communities that may not come to these meetings regularly. So if you add all that up, you're probably looking at around 30,000, and this was as of a little over a year ago, so that would be 10%. I don't know.
Thank you.
Alder Tischler, is it for Alan?
Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Alan, yeah, thank you for coming tonight. I guess in all of the public participatory events, was there any discussion that was brought up about the referendum process at any of these events?
Not that I can recall. We weren't focused on that. We were focused on substantive, on the plans, on the features, the environmental issues. We weren't focused on the city process.
Yes, I think, okay. Because it's as if it's just only recently that people, recently in the last like 24 hours, that people seem to become aware of bypassing the referendum process. And that seems to be what people are upset about, not the actual park itself, although I have gotten a couple of phone calls. But I guess my question is, why wasn't the referendum process brought up in discussion earlier on?
I guess my thought was the commitment was an extremely robust city process, an extremely robust public process. We were at each step of the way. We were focused on transparency. We were focused on going through the appropriate procedural steps. We had in mind the different public bodies, and so the focus was on, I suppose, representative democracy more so than direct democracy, in that addressing and dealing with and responding to the various cities and commissions, that we knew there were going to be a lot of them that would be involved with this.
Okay, well, I just wanted to bring that point up because I think that's what we're voting on, not necessarily. I mean, we've already voted on going forward with planning for the design, but that's my understanding we're voting on the question of the if it should go to referendum or not. So I just wanted to just bring that discussion back. That's all. But thank you.
Thank you,
I
Alder.
appreciate that, but I'm focused on. I mean, I'd love to speak to that, but I'm here to answer questions. I'm not here to talk about what I'd like to talk about.
Thank you. I have two other alders in the queue with questions. Alder Evers, is it for Alan? Right. I just will note that we now have 4 of the 5 folks that wish to speak, so good job, everybody. We'll finish questions for Alan, and then we'll go to the rest of the queue. So, Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Alan, for sharing some of the background information about the Lake Monona Waterfront Ad Hoc Committee, your work there, and for Madison Lakeway and the project. Could you speak a bit to the nature of a master plan itself, in particular this master plan? Just Helen Kitchell, your neighbor in District 13 in Bay Creek, did mention about how large this project is. You referenced it as well, and that there would be components that would become more evident and clear some years down the road. For example, a donor might show up for a particular section of this that isn't evident now. Wouldn't it be hard to do a referendum for each component of this rather lengthy master plan if we don't have all that information evident and plain and available to us?
It would, I think, to know what you are really considering, it's got to be when you've got construction documents sufficient to start a city application process. Just to give an example, one of the things that I viewed as a key component of this master plan was an underpass under John Nolan Drive to get the bikes and pedestrians to this park from inside Madison. And we worked on that, and it's in the master plan, and a ton of work was there. So far, we haven't been able to figure out how to do it with utility lines and railroads and that kind of thing. So we're looking to see how are we going to do things instead. So it's really, I mean, it seems to me that if you're going to be accurate, if people are going to know what they're voting for, kind of as each application goes into the city process to build something on here, you've got to look at the referendum ordinance, because that's when people know what they're voting for. And until then, I mean, the master plan is a guideline document, and I'm really proud of it. It's a really good master plan. It's inspirational. But I always described it when we were doing it, it's finger painting. We're showing kinds of things we'd like to do, and then the implementation will be in the construction drawings.
Let me try this to see if I clarify things for our listeners and for our colleagues. It sounds like you're saying there's a difference between a discrete building project like that underpass, or like a swimming pool, the original example, or Monona Terrace, a specific project that you can put to the voters, and a conceptual vision casting proposal that is the master plan that is essentially vague, because that's what plans are. There's something about what we would like to do. So one is discrete, is that correct?
Correct.
One is conceptual.
Yep.
So I guess the choice, if I understand carefully, would be have multiple referenda each time a construction project goes forward, or risk trying to do one referenda where we have so many unanswered questions and we don't have dollar signs that we can attach to it. We don't know who's paying for what. Is that a good way of breaking it down?
Yeah, not only don't know who's paying for what, but again, you're not sure really what it is, because master plans, they're great, they're inspirational, but they really are finger painting. They're ideas sketched onto a page.
Thank you, Alan. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Pritchett, questions for Alan?
Yes, Alan, you cited the sheer numbers of sessions that you held, as well as the number of people who attended. And my question to you is this, did you notice when you took that data and looked at, let's say, for example, looking at one session, were you able to determine where your buy-in was coming from? Meaning, were there geographic differences in the sessions that you held? And did you hold sessions in divergent communities?
Yes, we did. We explicitly engaged, just for your last question first, we engaged Equity by Design to oversee our outreach into communities that might not show up at the regular meetings we're having at the library. We expressly reached out to the Ho-Chunk community, because that's a significant part of this park will be the Ho-Chunk connection. We reached out to people like with the ski club, using people who are lake users. We reached out to Clean Lakes Alliance for environmentalists. Again, and we're signed up again later this month. We had a table all day at the last 2 Unity picnics, requesting feedback and information. So we've tried to, and part of this also, quite frankly, is this isn't just a downtown thing. This is going to be, our vision is this is the South Side's connection to the lake. So it's been very important to connect with the entire community.
A follow-up question, again, is when you start looking at getting buy-in, and you had these many sessions, looking at before and after, okay? When you did your presentations, and so there were people there that didn't know about what was going on, what you were proposing to do. Did you notice a difference in the number of people who are now buying in, or did they leave and say that they didn't care?
My sense is that the people there, our feedback was overwhelmingly positive. And we would keep people coming back to multiple sessions. But also one thing in connection with, and I'm not sure if this was part of your question, but I think it was, we made changes in the master plan in response to public feedback. It was one of somebody who was interested in a boat launch at Olin Park, and coming through, it initially wasn't in there, and he said, you guys really listened to us, and we did. That was something that, again, I chaired the committee, so it was important to me, and we did. I think that is some of the reason why the last approval process through the master plan approval process went so smoothly, without dissension and without any negative votes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Matthews, is it for Alan?
Yeah. I wanted to ask a lot of questions of staff maybe before I ask this question, but that's not how it works. So Given Alder Evers' question about the likelihood that it will be many referenda or for each aspect of the plan, do you see that as being an obstacle to getting donations for the project?
It's just uncertainty. I mean, that's been something that, I mean, the big questions people are asking us for this is, how are you going to pay for it? How are you going to maintain it? Is it really going to happen? Madison has a history of sometimes there's a process. And one of the things that I was looking forward to in connection with this pending agenda item is being able to take it to donors and saying, look, this was a process, it blocked the swimming pool. Monona Terrace went through this extremely expensive election, and the city has enough confidence in this project that we are, at least, it'll be phased, that we are exempted from it. So yes, that the city is on board with this. We are confident that this will happen. Your investment will not go to naught.
Thank you. And yeah, because I mean, just given the overall cost and the current budget landscape and the future budget landscape, it seems like this project is only going to be possible with significant outside donations. And also, again, it still will all have to go through the process. Every single piece of it is going to go to committees and council and have public meetings and public engagement. Is that?
Absolutely. We're looking forward to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Right, I believe I have no other alders with questions for you, Alan, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will then go back to our list of registrants, starting with Cynthia McCallum of District 13, and then Jason Hagenow and Andrew Swartz. Cynthia?
Hi, thank you very much for the IT help. I'm very sorry that I wasn't able to get on earlier. I want to say that I think a lot of the things that Alder Evers and Alan have just said in the last few minutes really support my point in being against this exemption. This exemption is too broad and it's applying to a master plan. They're not construction plans that have been reviewed by the DOT. There's not an environmental statement that's been done by the DOT or by the DNR. I understand Alan has got, I want to back up to say I really applaud Alan and all of the efforts he's put through on this. There's many parts of this plan that excite me. There's other parts that I think financially are irresponsible. And I would love to see every phase go through with being put for referendum. If the alders wanted to put forth, I really think it's, I was one of the people back then that voted for this, this statute. And so it's there for a reason. And I think the Goodman pool that we've got is fantastic and kids are getting there safely. And I'm very glad it's not across the road from John Nolan. So I think that the statute exists for a reason, and I would urge the alders to please not give this blanket exemption. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jason Hagenow of 13, to be followed by Andrew Swartz, to be followed by Nino Amato. Jason? You may have to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mayor. And hello, everybody, alders. Yeah, I'm much like the previous speaker. I am very impressed with the overall plan. I think it is going to has the ability to really brighten up and liven up that area. And my major concern with this is isn't that it is the blanket exemption for the referendum, and I really do believe that as a city, as alders, as local government, we are much, much better in the end when we have the ability to have that open discussion up front. And while it does seem like it may be excessive, or it does seem like it may add cost to the goal, to the end, or add time to it, just like the previous speaker mentioned, Goodman Pool is in a much better spot, much safer, much easier to access than had it been across John Nolan Drive. And that's really all I've got to say on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Andrew Swartz of District 6, to be followed by Nino Amato of District 19. Andrew?
Hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is my voice working?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, so my name is Andrew Swartz, and I was around during the initial Turtle Woods Pool discussion. And yeah, there would have been a massive loss of trees, a higher construction costs, and of course the access issues for people, children and others, to get to that pool. So yeah, we remember those days well. We were glad that it ended in a referendum. And I have to say again, like the others, I'm very glad that the pool is where it is today. I think the process works. And my statement to alders and parks officials and city officials is, I guess, that if the plan is as wonderful as it is, and yes, we want to enhance the Madison lakefront, and we certainly want to connect the downtown to the lake and all these goals, and we know it will be expensive, and we know it will take time. But if the plan and if the individual components of the plan are as great as they can and should be, then there should be no fear. There should be no concern about things not passing the referendums. And so don't eviscerate the charter ordinance that created the opportunity for the voters and the citizenry of the city of Madison to weigh in on not just once in a generation, but maybe once in an entire history of a city, opportunities to make major decisions. And we are in a situation with property taxes are really, really going up. Assessments are up on single family houses and others. And the citizens need to have an opportunity to consider the fact that although there can and should be private money, that there still will be impacts on taxes in the city. And that's another reason. So, in closing, I'd say this is a time when many of us are really feeling great and grave concerns about the loss of some of the great functions of democracy in the United States at the federal level. And my sincere hope is that we have a democratic process that works. Monona Terrace is open. The pool is open. It's in a great location. Let's preserve democracy at the local level that's within our control, and let's not create a blanket exemption to a 33-year-old ordinance that works and gives power to the citizenry to approve good projects. And thank you for listening. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. I appreciate the work you're doing. I hope you'll do the right thing this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our last registrant that I believe is with us is Nino Amato of District 19. That's Anthony's iPhone, would be my guess.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. It's been a very good evening to get everyone's perspective. I do concur with all the other speakers that there should not be a blanket exemption. If you do, it's very clear what's going to happen is that there'll be someone who will file a writ of mandamus, take this to court, and you will lose. And I don't say that in any arrogant sense. That was the purpose of that Charter Ordinance 65. I was opposed to the Olin location. People work hard on the referendum. The referendum clearly states that any lakefront development or anything for navigable waters would have to go before the voters. When we came up with the Goodman Pool, we first of all had the money up front, and we had pretty much all our projections for a 1,000-person pool. We also put on the condition to use the Goodman money that this process had to be approved in 6 months, which people thought would never happen. But it did happen because we did, in fact, held a referendum. And by the time the referendum went to the voters, not only did they know what the total cost was and the projected operational cost, we gave them 3 sites that they actually confirmed for a community pool. Now, this is a much more complicated situation. If there was a donor that was putting up the money like they did with Overture and laid it all out, it would be an easier process. Now, I heard earlier from Alderman Revere that he's thinking of maybe amending the exemption to only include kind of current infrastructure. Now, that's new. I can't really say I support it or not. One could support that if it clearly states it is for the infrastructure of the bike path. But if it is a runaround connected to the overall master plan, then you got a problem. And here's an issue. We go all the way back to the Monona Terrace. Back when I was in the council in the 70s, I supported a Monona Terrace. I thought it'd be much better. And for $28 million, we could have gotten a convention center modeled after Frank Lloyd Wright and a hotel. Well, it took another 10 years. And referendum after referendum, it was turned down. And when they tried to go through a runaround, it was actually Fred Moss who came in.
You have about 30 seconds left.
With a writ of mandamus that stopped the whole project, and it got prolonged. All I'm simply saying is vote it down. Do not make an exemption, especially this evening. Go through a process that, in fact, is more transparent and let the voters decide. If not, you're going to create more problems and more antagonism and more doubt about city government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll just check one more time if we have Carrie Rothberg on item 11. Don't see her online. All right, then just circling back on item 6, do we have Grace Hassler or Ian Jameson on item 7?
Mayor, I don't see either of those people.
All right, thank you then. We'll go back to item 11. Are there any questions for any of the other registrants on item 11? Seeing none, I believe that is the end of public comment. And so we will move on to item 6. Item 6 is Legistar 88735, a substitute amending sections of the Madison and amending and creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances related to deep residential lots to facilitate easier development. On item 6, let's start with a motion, please. Move to adopt. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 6. We'll have a brief presentation from staff, emphasis on the brief, and then we'll go to questions and discussion. So Director Tuttle.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm also joined here by Katie Bannon, who's the city zoning administrator, who's been one of the partners on the staff team working on these zoning code changes that you will be discussing tonight. I think many of you know that the work that you're going to be talking about this evening is coming out of the city's Housing Forward initiative. This identified 4 major goals related to the city's housing needs and a number of specific strategies within each of those goals to help us achieve them. The 3 zoning code changes that are on the agenda for discussion tonight relate to those strategies that are under the increased housing choice goal in the Housing Forward initiative, specifically to help us pursue more small-scale missing middle housing types across the city. to identify ways to make lot division processes simpler to enable the creation of more homes, and to simplify some of the standards for infill within the city, and in this case specifically for some types of development within downtown. The first item that you're going to be discussing this evening, I believe, is the ordinance related to backyard lots. This is sometimes referred to as flag lots, or in our MGO is referred to as deep residential lots. And ultimately, these changes would make it easier for some lots to divide to create a new lot that would help support increased housing choice and potentially new lots for new home ownership opportunities within existing neighborhoods. This ordinance specifically changes 3 of the standards related to the creation of those lots in order to support approximately 7% of city lots being eligible for consideration of division. I'll end there, and I'll tee up the other zoning changes as we get to them, and happy to answer questions along with Katie when we get there.
Thank you. Are there questions for staff on item 6? Alder Uguer.
Thank you, Mayor. As I recall, in developing the materials for this amendment, the staff looked at the number of potential lots that might be able to use this. Not a final determination because of all of the fine details, but could you refresh us as to how many lots in the city might actually be able to take advantage of this?
Yes, we looked at a very high level at lots that meet some of the basic size requirements that would make them eligible for division under these changes. And we estimate that it would be approximately 3,800 lots that meet those basic size requirements. This is approximately double the number of lots that we think could be eligible for utilizing this division process today under our code.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Pritchett.
Yes, my question relates to assessment of lots, meaning if I live on a property that's eligible or meets the requirements for a backyard lot, how will my property now, should I decide that I want to go in this direction, how would my property be assessed related to what my assessment would be in terms of now I have another person on that same property? Is it going to be 2 people or just 1 person?
Alder, are you asking about property tax assessment?
Yes.
I can answer some parts of that, and specifically just want to make sure to clarify that this ordinance relates to lot divisions. So in this case, if somebody were to pursue a lot division to carve off part of their existing lot to create a new lot, it would no longer be part of their lot anymore. So they would be 2 separate independent lots for the purposes of assessment and for the purposes of any of the homes that are developed on them. When we spoke to the assessor about this, I think the short answer is that it's very complicated because there are a lot of factors that go into determining an individual property's assessment. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Okovitz.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could follow up on my colleague's question, specifically regarding street frontage assessments for things like sidewalks or street reconstructions, would that be split between the rear and the front lot, or would only the front lot be assessed for? Usually it's by linear foot of street frontage.
Yeah, again, these would be 2 independent lots. So however those assessments apply to the individual lots would be, I don't know the specifics of how all of those assessments work, but they would apply individually to each lot. Okay. However those policies would divvy them.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox.
Yes, I guess I was curious, has there been any surveying of any type of residents of Madison who may have large single-family homes and their desire or to do such a thing? We know that we're trying to, as a policy, increase the density of and opportunity of housing for people, but has there been any kind of feedback from these residents at all?
So in terms of the specific policy around lot division, this is something that the city has had standards to enable for some time. And we have seen some folks that have actually taken advantage of this. It has been somewhat rare, but we have seen some interest in it over time. In our community meeting and in some of our past presentations, we did share a couple examples of lots that have been divided in the past in order to create a new lot for a new home to be built on. Some of these tend to be very large lots, but we have also seen some interest in smaller lots through our certified survey map process that may not fit the exact definition of a backyard lot, but may include splitting a larger lot to create a new lot for a new home to be created. Additionally, when this proposal was first introduced, the minimum depth required for each of the lots, the new lot and the remaining portion of the existing lot, was actually larger than what you're voting on this evening. And I believe Alder Martinez Rutherford and Alder Ohovich introduced a proposed change to slightly reduce that because there were some inquiries from residents within some parts of the city that were interested in pursuing this and were concerned that the minimum lot depth would not be shallow enough to allow their neighborhood to be eligible for this. So we don't have, a very robust kind of survey on this, but we do think that there's some interest out there by people who would be looking for this as a tool.
So you wouldn't be able to speculate on people's interest being, would they logically split their lot for sale or for other purposes, renting, or maybe additional, space for family? You have no idea what, people's thinking are regarding that? Because I would assume that cost will be a big factor in this.
I would guess that we could see some different cases that people may choose to split their lot. I do think it's important to note that while we do allow accessory dwelling units already, those are required to be on the same lot as the primary home. So if someone were to pursue a backyard lot division, it would be for the purpose of creating a kind of freestanding development site. Certainly, someone may choose to split that and hold it kind of in common ownership with their current lot, but kind of identify it as a future development opportunity, and others may choose to sell it to someone else to develop for a new housing opportunity. So I think we could see a mix.
No more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Pritchett, additional questions?
Yes, you mentioned that you used the term complicated. Would it be fair to say that in many, many instances, this is double dipping?
Double dipping? Okay, Alder, can you clarify what you mean by that?
Meaning, I have a lot. It's big enough to house another back lot. So it's my lot. I now have room enough for a back lot. You mentioned earlier that the assessment would take place. This person would pay this amount and this person would pay that amount. This one same lot, let's say it's 70 by 100, okay, 100 feet frontage. Let's say 140 or 160 feet backwards. It's room enough for this extra house. Now, the assessment was made initially for this 100-foot frontage lot, 160-foot back. Now there's another house there. So you said that the person occupying the back lot would be assessed a fee, and the person, the front lot will be assessed a fee. Is that not double dipping?
I don't I don't believe so. Again, I don't want to speak on behalf of the assessor or any of the agencies that assess any fees, but ultimately what I meant is that those agencies would look at how those assessments would apply to something that was one lot that is now two, and figure out how those assessments apply to two separate lots in the future.
Alder, let me take a stab at it. I think the answer is clearly no. If you're talking about a property tax assessment, the value of the property might increase, the sort of aggregate value of the new two lots might increase, but only because of the improvements on the back lot, right? So if you build another house on the back lot, you'd be assessed for the value of that structure. If you're talking about the frontage assessments, for example, for street reconstruction, it's only the linear frontage, so that is a fixed value. One lot would pay a portion of that fixed value, and the other lot would pay the other portion of it. So it's not going to go up because of the lot split. It's just going to be assessed part to one lot and part to another lot, if that makes sense. So the overall cost for that kind of assessment is not going to go up. It's just going to be split between two properties.
So if I'm the original owner, would that in some way de-incentivize me to do that?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff on item 6? Seeing none, thank you. And so on item 6, we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion on item 6, we have a motion and a second. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 6. And we will move on to item 7, which is Legistar 88736, a substitute amending various tables within Chapter 28 of the Madison General Ordinances to permit 2-family twin and 2-unit buildings in all districts where single-family dwellings are also allowed. On item 7, President Vitiver, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Second. And seconded. Moved and seconded, and Director Tuttle.
Okay, again, very briefly, as is noted, this would allow duplex and twin homes in all residential zoning districts in the city, specifically by amending the zoning code for 6 of our residential zoning districts where this housing type has not previously been generally allowed. This expands on some changes that were made in 2023 as part of the Transit-Oriented Overlay Development District, which did enable 2-unit buildings in some of our residential districts when they are in closest proximity to our high-frequency bus routes. This policy is intended to promote more small-scale housing choices across the city over time, and to specifically enable these housing types within the 2/3 of our residentially zoned areas where they have not previously been allowed. I'll stop there and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for staff on item 7? Alder Knox.
Yeah, could you kind of provide a little more explanation of the 6 residential districts? What was the criteria of targeting them that these were not allowed previously? And if that's the case, does it leave any other districts that have some sort of exemption?
Great question, Alder. The city has 15 residential zoning districts, and the 6 that are proposed to change as part of this are districts where the 2-unit buildings had not been allowed generally. So this would mean that 2-unit buildings would be allowed in all of our residential zoning districts. So no, I should say
that is citywide? Is that what you're saying?
Citywide.
Every district?
Citywide, in all of our residential zoning districts. The one exemption to that is that we have a number of neighborhoods that were developed under a zoning tool that's called planned development. The zoning changes that we're talking about tonight do not apply to planned development neighborhoods, but otherwise this would apply to all of the residential zoning districts citywide.
So can you elaborate on this planned development districts, please?
That is essentially a site-specific zoning tool that was created at the time that those neighborhoods were created. Our zoning standards have evolved quite a bit since many of those neighborhoods were originally created, but at the time they were created under their own specific zoning rules. So because we're enabling 2-unit buildings in our other, what we call conventional residential zoning districts, that'll apply wherever those district boundaries apply, but will not change those site-specific zoning districts.
And how many of those neighborhoods exist? Do you know offhand?
I'm looking at our zoning administrator because I know this is something she knows very well.
I'm sorry.
Don't.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry, I do not know that number offhand, but there are quite a few primarily single-family planned developments in Madison. It is something we're looking at. Is there a way to enable this kind of code change to apply to those areas as well, so they would have this opportunity to?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for staff on item 7? Alder Tischler?
Yeah, I'm just looking up, I guess this question for staff is neighborhood development plans for, this is Blackhawk, Cherokee, High Point, Raymond, 2017. Are those examples? Again, I'm just doing a quick lookup on this thing called the internet.
So we're not talking about the adopted future plans. We're talking about, it's actually a zoning district that applies to certain neighborhoods in the city. So it would be different from those neighborhood development plans that you're referring to, Alder.
Okay, but so the neighborhood development plans, those would be able to build duplexes.
Ultimately, it just depends on where in the city those zoning districts apply. I think they're kind of throughout different neighborhoods across the city, but it does not have a direct relationship to what's in those neighborhood development plans.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for staff on item 7? Seeing none. Then thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on item 7? Alder Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to speak once during these 3 items. We all know that there's no single solution to the housing crisis, and just as a single screwdriver in a toolbox isn't going to do much, we need a full toolbox of things at our disposal to help address this. So I think these are the first 3 that'll go a long ways, and we'll see what comes next. So I'm glad to support them.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox?
Yeah, if I may, I just wanted to share a communication from one of our residents. I think her name is Megan Ross, and I think she made some good points about we're supporting this to improve development in the city, but by excluding some neighborhoods, particularly these protected neighborhoods, that it could actually become an equity issue. So she really talks about sharing in her communication about the importance of making sure that all of our policies are equitable across the city. She had a few suggestions where she talked about perhaps at some point introducing a sunset clause that would phase out the exemption after a fixed period, creating an opt-in process for homeowners in some of these zones who would want to build a second unit, allow 2 units in areas if the lot meets, clear objectives, and maybe launching a citywide zoning review with an equity lens to update that. And my point, I guess, in some of the questions with staff is, it's really going to be important when we start protecting certain neighborhoods at the expense of other neighborhoods who may have already more density, and then they probably bear the brunt of a lot of these new development laws, I think it's going to be important that we come back and make sure that these policies are being administered equitably across the city. I had a brief conversation with another alder about that, and he agreed that we need to be looking at this in terms of future zoning changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Okovitz.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say a few words for all three items, but I'm very excited about them. I think these are good changes, common sense changes. In some cases, I wish they went a bit further, but I think they are good steps forward. Specifically for the duplex change, I wanted to call out some points from the comprehensive plan that support us going through with this change. So on page 25, we talk about the low residential zone, and specifically in the future land use categories, duplexes are called out. In addition, low residential new developments are called out as they should have at least 2 development types. And so this is bringing our existing zoning in line with what we expect of future developments. In the second part of the comprehensive plan on page 48, we talk about how we should have new complete neighborhoods with a mix of housing types. On page 49, we talk about having a wider mix of housing types. This is something that we heard about in public comment. It's something that we have been hearing from a lot of constituents, is just there is not the range of housing types. There are not places for them to downsize into. And so this is a great way to further strategy 2 of the comprehensive plan, and strategy 3, which calls out increasing the amount of available housing and increasing the number of permitted uses throughout the city. So I think this is a great way to bring our zoning in line with our comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Pritchett.
One quickie question. When we start thinking about a back lot, have we factored into the equation?
Alder, we're no longer on the back lots. We're on item 7.
Same thing, twin family, whatever, same thing. When we start looking at building on that lot, it's my lot, but I'm going to divide it up. Who decides, what type of a house you're going to put on it? And will that be part of the agreement? And at the same time, when we start looking at affordable housing, can we look at or think about rental or ownership? Or if it's rental, is there an opportunity for this person to perhaps rent to buy down the road, especially in terms of creating some wealth?
Alder, we're past the time for questions for staff, so I would invite you.
This is a general question.
Again, we're past the time for questions.
Thank you.
We're in discussion, but I would invite you to just walk to the back of the room, and I'm sure staff would be happy to talk about it. I think the short answer, with the permission of the body, is that these are zoning ordinances that dictate solely the form of the building and the placement on the lot. They don't in any way dictate the ownership model and whether it's affordable or not. It's just simply where on the lot and the size of the building.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Ugair.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to note for the record the debt of gratitude that this body owes to former Alder Bennett, who did the pioneering work on this ordinance amendment, and I will certainly be letting her know that her dream is likely to come into being. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I second the recognition. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak on item 7. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote and move on to item 8, which is Legistar 88737, amending sections in Chapter 28 of the Madison General Ordinances related to downtown and urban districts to allow more permitted uses within the districts. On item 8, President Vitiver, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 8. Director Tuttle.
One final brief overview. This ordinance would help to simplify the development review process for small and medium-sized developments within certain downtown zoning districts, specifically by raising the threshold for when a project would be subject to a conditional use review to be more similar to other mixed-use areas in the city that are identified as growth areas in our comprehensive plan, and to make some of our downtown residential districts more similar to other medium and high-density residential districts elsewhere in the city. This specifically does this by changing the conditional use thresholds for the downtown core and urban mixed-use district to be projects that are over 6 stories rather than projects that are over 4 stories and 20,000 square feet today, with the exception of properties that have frontage directly on State Street and the 100 block of King Street. And also does this by increasing the threshold for conditional uses within the downtown residential 1 district from projects of greater than 4 units to projects of greater than 12 units. And in the downtown residential district 2, from projects of greater than 8 units to projects greater than 36 units. And happy to answer questions on this one as well.
Thank you. Are there questions for staff on item 8? Seeing none, then on item 8, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing Alder Harrington McKinney.
I don't know if this is appropriate for a discussion, but I want to make sure that I read this into the record before we take the vote, and I'm absolutely sure that we'll be moving forward with that. The reason that I had some hesitancy, I absolutely understand the need for these 3 opportunities for more accessibility of housing starts, and I get that. Where I am left with a sense of vacancy is that what are we doing to create more opportunities for more of our residents to take advantage of these housing options. So many of our residents, especially in my district, are faced with so many challenges, and having these lessening of these zoning opportunities are great, and they're a great start to make sure that we have a more diverse stock of housing across the breadth of Madison. But I am still looking for what are the opportunities for our minorities, our Black and brown residents who come to the table with restrictions. There's so many barriers that we've not even talked about. And so maybe this is a first step in that direction, but I cannot join in the vote without saying is that we must be intentional in how we begin to prepare all residents for that generational wealth. And we talk about that. We talk about home ownership, but we're really talking about, in my district, I have residents who are living in places and spaces that they want an opportunity as well. And so I'm hoping as we pass this first segment of moving in that direction, that we will not lose faith or not lose the need for the opportunity to release some of these barriers so that people who may have some challenges in terms of finances, in terms of building that wealth, that we also look and support them as well.
Thank you, Alder. Any further discussion on item 8? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we're recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 8. That will take us to item 11. Item 11 is Legistar 88846, creating a subdivision of the Madison General Ordinances to allow for construction and change in the legal status of certain lands associated with the Madison Lakeway project. On item 11, President Vitiver, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 11. I think we will turn first to Parks staff and then to the city attorney. Interim Superintendent Lastinger.
Good evening, Alders. I am Lisa Lashinger, Interim Park Superintendent, as the mayor just mentioned. I am happy to be here tonight presenting to you regarding the proposed revision to Madison General Ordinance 8.35. I know you've heard a lot of public comment about this, and I know you've received a lot of public comment, so thank you for considering that and listening to it. I do want to give some overviews of the project and the reason that we're asking for the revision. The Madison Lakeway project, as Alan Arntzen so clearly described, has been a project that's been underway for quite some time. Even before we as a city underwent some initial studies for the Law Park Corridor Plan, there had been a lot of engagement around this project in the downtown plan, which was adopted in 2012, but also resident involvement up until that point for many decades. In 22, the Lake Monona Waterfront Ad Hoc Committee was created. That was an officially recognized legislative body by the city of Madison. From 2022 to 23, we held the design challenge, and as Alan mentioned a couple of times, there was significant public engagement around that. 40 public meetings, 19 months of work, hundreds of hours of outreach and public engagement through that process. And then in 2024, Common Council adopted the Lake Monona Waterfront Master Plan. That plan went through 6 committees and commissions and boards before it came to council and was unanimously approved by all of those bodies. I reviewed the agenda or the meeting actions from each of those minutes today and confirmed there were no registrants in opposition to the master plan in 2024 when that came forward, and that was after several years of engagement. And then I do want to mention that since the master plan has been adopted, our team, Mike Sturm, who's on the call as well through Zoom, has been working with Sasaki, the design firm, to really refine that master plan based on the public input we've received. So we're to the point where next week, July 21st, we will be hosting our public information meeting regarding the Phase 1 design plan. So that's where you see the more refined plans. As previously mentioned, the Madison Lakeway Master Plan, which I have an image of here, is really a visionary plan for what the community wants in this area based on all the feedback we received through the design plan. We only have funding for Phase 1. We only have plans to build out Phase 1, which is, as you see up here, of the 4 different phases or the 4 different sections, the community causeway. And future phases are really going to be heavily dependent on funding. And we anticipate there will need to be heavy levels of public or private support for this, and really strategic funding and innovative funding sources in order to fund those future phases, which we anticipate to be at least a decade or 2 out to be a full build out. And we do have plenty of master plans that we don't fully build out, so I just want to level set the table there too. So this here is Phase 1, the illustrative plan of Phase 1. So it's basically from Law Park all the way up through Olin Park up to the bridge, that last bridge before you get to Law Park. Next steps for the project, so we'll have our public engagement to discuss phase 1. Between 25 and 2026, this early summer of 26, Sasaki is going to work on completing the construction and bid documents. In early 26, we're planning to bid phase 1 of Lakeway. And this has been intentional all along following the John Nolan Drive reconstruction project. So as the John Nolan Drive reconstruction project is wrapping up, we would begin construction of phase 1 in the spring of 2027. And as I mentioned, so our Lakeway phase 1 is for park improvements to create a significantly better park along John Nolan Drive. If you drive it along there or you tried walking it, you know it's not a great experience for walkers and people who are trying to enjoy the natural green spaces along there. But again, future timing of future phases outside of phase 1 are undetermined right now, and we won't know more until we have a better idea of what kind of funding we might have for those. So our proposed request is to exempt the Lakeway project in its entirety from the need to conduct a referendum, and that's based on the extensive public engagement that's come in that we've held to date. There's 2 pieces. I'm not going to read this all to you because I am trying to be brief. There's 2 pieces that we need to include in that exemption, and that's for both the construction and the change in legal status. Construction, simply because this involves major construction as defined in the ordinance of Shoreline Park of the entire project area. Change in legal status, so that's not clearly defined in the ordinance, but examples might include any need to sell or subdivide the land, and that would be if we were to receive a grant from the DNR and there needs to be deed restrictions on the land. That would be one reason that we would need to. If we didn't have this exemption, we may need to go to a referendum to accept that. And then for any sort of future public-private partnership, for us to actually effectuate that long-term plan, we likely need to explore strategic partnerships in that. So both of those pieces are required for the exemption to apply. So we've gone through years of public engagement. By the time we do our build out in 2026, we will have gone through 8 years of public engagement on this overall vision for the project. The Lake Monona Waterfront Master Plan, as I mentioned, it's the park improvements. It's not the John Nolan Drive reconstruction or the bike path. It's all park improvements inside the curb. Though that plan was effectively approved unanimously a year ago by 6 different boards, commissions, and committees and council with no opposition. And I know there's a lot of, I included this in my memo that was attached in Legistar, so I won't go through the other projects. This would be the 6th project that would be exempted from the requirement of a referendum. Things that this proposed revision does not do. It would not authorize funding of any phases of the Lakeway project. It does not change requirements to comply with all other legal requirements, general ordinances, policies, or procedures. And any current or future project will still need to go to council for approval and be subject to public input. For example, even awarding the bid, the bidding and awarding the contract for phase 1 will all come back to Common Council and go through all of the formal approvals for that. And it does not in any way circumvent planning processes and public engagement for future phases of the project. So, though, as I mentioned, that's for park improvements, and there is no current timeline for those future phases. With that, on this slide, I do include the project website that we have. I know Lakeway has a project website. This is more of the city end of things and how you can track where we are progress-wise.
Thank you. Attorney Haas?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to just provide some brief context and background regarding the legal issues that have been raised related to MGL 8.35. I had sent Alders the city attorney opinion from 2004 regarding whether or not that section was a charter ordinance. To back up for a second, we throw around this term charter and charter ordinance. The city of Madison was chartered in 1856. In those days, each village and city had to be individually chartered by a special charter ordinance enacted by the council. That all changed in 1921. The legislature revoked all those special charters and enacted a general charter that applied to all cities with the exception of the city of Milwaukee. That charter, though, is subject, so basically that charter legislation ratified the incorporation of all those cities, but subject to chapters of the statutes, including chapters 62 and 66, which are the main chapters governing municipal law. So when we talk about the charter for the city of Madison, it's important to keep in mind we're really talking about chapters 62 and 66 of the statutes. Those are the statutes that our government and organization is required to follow, unless there is an amendment to that charter by the council or the voters. So Chapter 62, if you're not familiar with it, it contains various provisions regarding the organizational structure of cities and the council and other city bodies, and also the duties and authority and responsibility of city officials and city agencies. And they also mandate various processes in different areas, including, for instance, planning and zoning, public works, and city finances. So as the 2004 opinion of the city attorney noted, which I distributed, there is a section in chapter 66, which requires that a proposed charter ordinance that amends or repeals a city charter must designate specifically the portion of the charter that is amended or repealed. And it uses that phrase, shall designate specifically. This is different than any requirement for enacting a regular ordinance that is not a charter ordinance. So those words must mean something. Now, when Section 8.35 was enacted in 1992, it was done through the referendum process in what is called the direct legislation process. This involves residents petitioning the council, requesting that a specific ordinance provision be passed. The council has 90 days to do so. It did not, and so therefore, those petitioners were entitled to a referendum, and it passed at the referendum. Now, at the time, it was labeled a charter ordinance, but that ordinance does not specify a section of Madison's general charter that is being amended by 8.34. In other words, a provision of chapter 62 or 66 that is attempted to be, that the city is attempting to exempt itself from. Those chapters of the statutes, they existed prior to 8.35 being passed in 1992. So those were on the books. They were part, as I said, of the city's charter. And while the argument has been made that that 8.35 was a new charter ordinance that does not affect any provision of those chapters, I have to disagree. And the reason is that there is a specific statute, 62.12, which governs city finances, which was in existence in 1992. And that says, unless otherwise provided by law, city funds shall be paid out only by authority of the council. It doesn't mention authority of the voters or the council being required to seek voter approval. And so it would seem to me that 8.35 could have cited that statute and proposed that the city exempt itself from that statute, but it did not. So the city is bound by that provision in the statutes as part of its overall charter. And in order to amend that provision, 8.35 would need to specifically designate that portion of the charter meaning that portion of the statutes that was being amended or repealed. In this case, it would be section 62.12. So to accomplish the change in the charter ordinance, we need to not only propose the language that would be the amendment, but the portion of the charter that's being amended. I think in essence, the purpose of that is all cities are again subject to the state charter. The city needs to give the world notice if it attempts to exempt itself from those charter provisions. This is all, as noted in the city attorney opinion, this is reinforced by a 1931 decision of the Wisconsin Supreme Court that found that a portion of a charter ordinance was void because it failed to designate any provision of the state law charter that was being amended. As I said, the enactment by referendum of 8.35 did not designate any provision of chapters 62 or 64 that were being amended. And so I've reviewed that 2004 city opinion, and I have to agree that with the conclusion that section 8.35 is not a charter ordinance, despite the fact that it was labeled that way initially. The council subsequently repealed that language, designated it as a charter ordinance. And so the significance of that is because it is not a charter ordinance, it may be amended by the city council without conducting a referendum. Now, this has been the city's interpretation of 8.35 for over 20 years. The city attorney concluded that 8.35 qualified as direct legislation, which could be amended after it was on the books for 2 years, but it did not qualify as a charter ordinance. Now, regarding this ordinance, the proposed ordinance, currently 8.35 requires a referendum vote before any change in the legal status of a city park or before beginning major construction in a city park. The legal status provision currently does not apply to the proposed Lakeway project because there's no anticipated change to the legal status of any city park. But based upon the review of park staff, it appears that if phase 1 of the Lakeway project proceeds, that major construction provision would apply because of the way it's defined and because of the amount of construction work that's being proposed. The last thing I'll say in a little bit different point is there's been discussion. This is not uncommon, I guess, in legislative debates that come before the council. There have been comments that the city has somehow hidden this referendum requirement or even this ordinance amendment. I guess in response to that, I would just say what I always remind alders of the legislative process. This is no different. Ordinances are introduced, they go through the referral process, they come back to the city council. And of course, 8.35 has been on the ordinance books for decades, and it has been invoked to require referendum elections, and it's been amended several times since it was enacted. So both the ordinance and the proposed amendment have been in the public domain as they are for any legislative action. They've been available for both alders and the public to review. Since this amendment was introduced, of course, the council can decide when it's prepared, has enough information to vote on it, but there, as I remind alders, there's nothing stopping alders or the council from publicizing and discussing proposed ordinance amendments once they are introduced. That does not all have to wait until the night that it is voted on at the council. I'll stop there and see if there's any questions about the legal issues.
Thank you. Let's do then questions for staff, either for Parks or for the City Attorney's Office. Alder Uguer.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question is for the city attorney. Looking at, seeing your memo this afternoon, that your conclusion was not different than Attorney May's back in 2004, I felt compelled to try to read the original opinion. I'll just say that for somebody with a short attention span, I wish he had put the conclusion in the first paragraph back at the end. But I did note of importance that this isn't merely a general opinion expressed by the city attorney in 2004 or yours today, that this has stood the test of the courts. So I see that the original citation he pointed out with regard to whether or not this met the criterion as a charter ordinance was established by State XL and Coyle versus Richter all the way back in 1931, but as recently as 2003 was supported by a Court of Appeals decision in Craig versus the City of Beloit, coming to the same conclusion. You're not aware of any subsequent case law that would have changed this interpretation? I couldn't find anything.
Right, I am not, Alder, and that's a good point. And your point is well taken about putting conclusions. But I would note there is a statement up front that the conclusion is that 8.35 may be amended by action of the council. It doesn't specifically state the conclusion that it's not a charter ordinance, but it does note that it could be amended by the council.
Okay, my other question is for Interim Superintendent Laschinger. So trying to parse exactly what it would take to meet the criteria for a valid referendum, it seems if some of this discussion about looking at the whole project, we haven't even got access to the funds yet that would allow us to sufficiently finalize the plans. It may take decades to raise that amount of money, whether public or private funds, to even determine what the dimensions of such a project would be that could be put before a referendum if we wanted to let that go forward. Have I got that right?
Yes, exactly. It would be incredibly complicated for us to try to figure out exactly how much each phase would cost right now if we were to try to do a referendum on the entire project right now.
Okay. In a sense, putting it forward now might just be the same thing as preventing the project altogether.
Yes, exactly. And the estimates that are out there and that I've seen in the public comment are consistent with what our design team had put together as conceptual cost estimates, but those are really just a wide estimate. They're not an educated guess, but where we are right now with a phase one, we're getting closer to having an estimate for what phase one is going to cost.
Thank you, Interim Superintendent. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Alder. Alder Matthews.
I have a couple questions. My first question, with the full Lakeway being 3 different parks at the current time, with the wording of the existing ordinance, would we even be able to have a single referendum, or would there have to be different referendums for each park? And then also with the construction aspect, like, how granular does that get? Can it all be combined together, or do you have to have a different referendum for each construction, like, action?
Well, I think that if there were to be a referendum, it would, there are various ways to word it. If the city wanted to pose a referendum incorporating the entire project, it could. It could separate it out into phases. To me, it seems most efficient to include all the parks, but it could be divided. It just depends what question the city wants to propose based on what construction it wants to go forward with. Again, this is not required. That would not be required if it applied until construction was imminent. I mean, it could be done at any time prior to construction being authorized and started.
And then with that, so could there be a referendum that was, some kind of wording like approving the master plan like the actions of the master plan, would that meet the requirements of this ordinance? Or does it have to be more specific?
The ordinance itself doesn't really talk about the detail, but I think in general, you want to provide enough information so that the public is aware of what they're voting on.
Okay. And then my other question is, and I'm not totally sure who this would be for, but if anyone could maybe talk to the process of like the timing and cost of having a referendum.
Our interim city clerk might be able to do that?
Just in general, I don't know the actual cost, but if this were, for instance, we're on the April spring election, which is the next election we know we would have, the incremental costs are relatively minor. They're the costs of adding another question in the ballot. The cost between the county and the city are prorated based upon the contests that are on the ballot. This would be a city contest, so the cost of printing the ballots and programming the election equipment to count the ballots, the city would have some additional costs that it would not otherwise bear for that election. But that I'm guessing that's, if there's a standalone special election, Nikki might be able to help me, but for some reason in the back of my mind, I keep thinking 35 or 40,000, but I'm not sure. If it was standalone special election, but if it was part of a regular election, the cost I don't believe would be that significant.
And if it were to be included in a regular election, is there like a timeline of how soon before that election it would need to be put on?
Yes, there is. There's a statute saying that any questions that are going to be on the ballot need to be approved by the governing body 70 days in advance, so that 70 days before whichever election the council would choose to have it on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Pritchett, questions?
Yes, many of my questions have been answered, but I just want to ask something just to make it clear in my own brain. And you cited the history of this ordinance. Knowing what you know now about it, getting fresh on it, that is. And if I said that there are going to be 3 or 4 legal minds who will examine this, would it be fair to say that all of you would come up with the same conclusion?
Okay, go ahead.
Secondly, I say that because time changes, people change their minds, etc. People look at things differently. People come from different realms of the globe, and they see things differently. So having said that, and let's say now, we really, really want democracy to flourish. Would it be fair to say that if we begin to tweak and look at it this way, I read it this way, I read it that way, and interpret it this way, would it be fair to say that we're trying to squeak out of it? And then let's say, for example, what's the downside of putting this before a referendum? I trust legal minds to come up with the right wording. And in my mind, if we really want people to have a voice, then let's give them a voice. Let's give them an opportunity to say, instead of allowing just a few people to decide for them, especially if they will have to pay for it. Thank you.
I think I have your 3 questions, Alder. So I would say, as far as your first question, if this would be a unanimous opinion, as much as I would like to think that every attorney would agree with the brilliant analysis that our office provides, we heard from one attorney tonight who disagreed with that analysis. I mean, we haven't sat down to discuss and debate the court decisions or the legislation, but attorneys, I think attorneys can come to different conclusions. I would say, though, that this has been the consistent opinion of our office since 2004. Now, apparently, in 1992, the ordinance was enacted and it was labeled as a charter ordinance. So either there was a different opinion at that time or that issue was just overlooked. So that's what I would say about, the consensus view. And as I said, some of this has been, I think, vetted by courts that agree with with what our conclusion is. As far as, I think you said, would it look like we're, squeaking out of the requirement to have a referendum, if I understood you correctly? I would, again, just say, I think it's been pretty transparent. Our opinion has been out there for over 20 years. The ordinance has been on the books. The ordinance has been used. There's been exceptions passed by the council. This is a legislative decision for the council to decide. This is the transparency that we have in democracy. You decide. And I think that also goes to your last question or point about the, any downsides of a referendum. Again, it's not a legal decision whether or not you want to have a referendum. It's really, if you want this ordinance to apply to this project, then you would reject the proposed ordinance. That is before you. I would just say, as somebody personally that was, worked for the state elections agency for 12 years, our bias was always to, promote democracy, elections, voter involvement, and all that. I do think that when it comes to the city as an organization, one potential downside of holding yourselves to, holding the city to a requirement that you're not legally required to, sometimes that has the effect of pinning yourself to that requirement, or the perception being that the city is required to do that when you're not legally required to do that. And so this is, as I said, it's a legislative decision whether or not you want to create an exemption. As things stand now, 8.35 would require a referendum. And so this ordinance amendment is proposed to eliminate that requirement for this project.
But wouldn't it also be fair to say that many, if not most, lay people don't understand and or interpret ordinances and laws as you do?
Sure.
So having said that, when we say that we've been transparent, is it transparency for the lawyer, or is it transparency for the everyday reader?
I think that everybody can have their own opinion on that. Respectfully, the transparency I was referring to was the transparency of this legislative process, not necessarily whether everybody in the community was aware of 8.35 or is following this legislation, but the public process is the process we have in the ordinances to pass resolutions and ordinances. Whether or not people are engaged and paying attention, that's what the process is that's required. That's the best I can answer, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. A question of the city attorney. Mike, both you and the interim park superintendent discussed this phrase, change in legal status. So I don't mean to ask you to repeat what's already been stated tonight, but it has been a concern. A lot of the testimony, especially the written testimony we received on this item, has been concerned that language could lead to the privatization of parkland, could lead to riparian rights on Monona Bay being withheld from individuals that currently enjoy that status. So could you just explain, if we were to pursue a much more narrow exemption tonight through a potential amendment, We've already heard that phase one, there's no change in legal status anticipated. Why do you recommend that we still use that language in any exemption where we keep that phrase and say only construction or any construction in or change in legal status?
I will have to say I was not involved in the drafting of this ordinance, and maybe the superintendent can speak to it as well. I think it was just to cover all of the elements in that ordinance, to remove any question about whether a referendum would be required. As there was discussion earlier about what does a change in legal status mean, that I think as the superintendent indicated, in this type of project, you could imagine maybe state or federal funds or grant funds received by the city that might require some type of easement or conservation easement or something ensuring that the land is used as parkland into the future. If you had more dramatic changes like selling parkland for privatization, hotels or whatever, that itself would go through processes for the Parks Commission and the City Council to have to approve. So there would certainly be that opportunities for public input at that time as well.
Thank you. And Mayor, if I could, I'll ask the same question of the interim park superintendent. So Lisa, if allow me to state that in conversation late today with the city engineer, Jim Wolf did remind me as we were drafting this potential amendment tonight that the property in this area is very clouded, so to speak, that much of it, especially the former Lakeville, is owned by the state, not just the city, and with the railroad there, and all sorts of utility easements, et cetera. So might you just elaborate a little further, although I realize it was in your initial presentation to us tonight, why you think it probably is safer for us to keep that phrase, change in legal status, even if we have a much more narrowly tailored amendment?
Certainly, I can speak to that. Yes, you're right. The causeway, which is what the majority of this project is, there's a small portion of Olin Park that would be included in phase one, and a tiny portion potentially in Law Park that might be included in phase one. But the majority of it is along the causeway, which we drive on to get down here. We ride our bikes on to get down here. That is, the ownership of that is not totally clear. But I'll give you another example of a similar project where we've had a council authorize a change in legal status, which wasn't a transfer of ownership per se, but the Capitol Center Park, which was previously known as the Senior Center, and Lakefront Porch. Those were two examples in the last couple of years where we actually went through the formal legislative process through Common Council to have those two areas officially dedicated as parkland, so that they're managed and operated as parkland, though they're not owned by the Parks Division. And so with the various improvements that are happening along the Lakeway, especially like the causeway piece, there's going to be a beautiful, fully accessible pier built and boardwalks that right now are technically along land that they're likely some mix of city and state land. So for us to make those park improvements and officially recognize them as parkland for when we do our park inventories for our park and open space plan and look at addressing parkland deficiencies, that would be a tool for us to do that. And if we were to get a grant from the DNR that had a deed restriction, we would have to go to a referendum to potentially accept a $250,000 grant even. So just putting that out there, because that would be a change in the legal status. So that's why from a phase one perspective, that's important. Alder Revere, I do want to speak to the point that you mentioned around riparian rights, and we would not relinquish our riparian rights in any way. For any portions of this project. We don't do that with any of the leases that we currently have. And the area that you reference along Monona Bay, that's not technically Brittingham Park. So that wouldn't be included in this in any way either.
Yes, thank you very much, Lisa. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Ritter, questions?
Okay, I feel like I'm a 4-year-old right now. I am struggling with the most basic of question, which is if this is not a charter ordinance, why do we need an exemption?
Well, it's still an ordinance that's in effect. It's just the significance of the charter ordinance is whether or not the council can amend it on its own.
But I thought the exemption referred to the referendum part of it. So if it's not a charter ordinance, we are not required to go to referendum. So why wouldn't it just be a general amendment?
It's a little confusing because the charter ordinance process itself involves a referendum, and we're talking about this ordinance that requires a referendum in certain projects. So even though it's not a charter ordinance, it's still an ordinance that's in effect, which is why the council in several cases created exceptions to it, because it recognized that it was still a requirement to go to referendum if the project qualified. The question, and maybe I didn't make this clear in my presentation, is the significance of a charter ordinance is that a charter ordinance can only be amended by the voters. And so I apologize if I didn't make that clear. That's the significance of whether or not it's a charter ordinance, is whether or not the argument has been made that the council cannot change this ordinance on its own. And our conclusion is that the council can. It has that option.
But yet but the ordinance still requires a referendum unless we take an exception to that process.
If this ordinance is not passed and it's before a project like this could go through, a referendum would be required.
And then my other question is sort of like, what's what in terms of waterway? And this might actually be an engineering question, I don't know. But like John Nolan Drive, much of the street abuts the lakefront, right? Doesn't it? So like, isn't it, would we have to do this for the street improvement, not just the phase 1 of the Lakeway?
It applies to construction that affects parks.
But it doesn't, so the actual reconstruction of John Nolan Drive, even if it's directly adjacent to Lakeshore, is not pertinent here.
Now, I don't know exactly what's designated as parkland in the Lakeshore, but if it is not not designated as parkland, it does not apply.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Okowitz.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a clarifying question. So in the presentation, I believe it was stated that this ordinance had been invoked for a referendum once for Garver Feed Mill, but Attorney Haas, I believe you mentioned that it had been invoked multiple times. Was that just discussion about referendum, or has there actually been more than one referendum?
I think the superintendent had the notes on the slide about how many times it went to referendum.
I was going off of information that I had last week that it had gone to referendum one other time for the Garver Feed Mill project in 2009, and that was later revoked in 2014. However, since that time, there have been multiple people that have told me that I'm wrong with that and that I maybe didn't have full information because I trust that there are people that have much deeper history of the city than I do and the various votes. So I would need to confirm that. And I know there's a number of examples in the written documentation. So I shared the information that I had, and it seems I could do more research. Sorry about that.
I wasn't trying to call you out. I was just trying to figure it out. Thank you. And then I have a few clarifying questions that I think are for the park superintendent and should be really quick, but excluding this project from a referendum under 8.35, that doesn't change any of the environmental protections that we have for our lake shores, does it?
Not at all. No, we would still be subject to all regulations and requirements for this project. And we have had multiple discussions with the DNR regarding what kind of permitting requirements we're going to have for the project. So we have a good, solid understanding of that.
Okay. And it doesn't allocate any money for capital projects? for
Correct.
this? Okay.
Yep. The capital budget allocates that money. And the only thing this would be doing is exempting the project from having to go to a referendum.
Okay. And part of the reason for proposing this change is that even the scope of what a project would be up in the air for a referendum. We don't have a bid or, as was mentioned before, the master plan is like finger painting. So we don't have exact scope of what would be going on.
Correct.
Okay.
And for us, the amount of public engagement that's gone into this and the years of planning and input that's gone into it seems like, to us, justification to not go to a referendum with this.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Mayor.
So Attorney Huss, there's been some comment tonight and in some of the emails that we got that if this were to go to a referendum, it might be for a referenda or it'd be very complicated. But it seemed that you were alluding to, well, without putting pen to paper, could you conceive of a referendum that would encompass everything that's needed to and satisfy the requirements of the shoreline ordinance?
Right. I mean, for a question to be placed on the ballot, it needs to be approved by the council. So if the council chose to go to referendum, we would work with staff to try to construct a question that was understandable for the voters. And then ultimately the council would approve that question or amend it if it liked.
Okay, thank you. And then second, going off of Alder Vitiver's questions, I'm still conflicting about whether or not it's a charter ordinance. We all received some messages from Bert Zipper, who spoke tonight. He's a former District 6 Alder, and he was there when it was passed, and he says that it was a charter ordinance in 1992 and had never known it to be anything but.
Right. Apparently that was the understanding at the time, but we have to go with the legal requirements in the statute, and especially since they've been validated by the courts. And in looking at it, there's no mention anywhere in 8.35 of any section of the state statutes that this would that would exempt the city, from which the city would be exempted.
Okay. And then lastly, I don't think I was old enough to vote on this, but wasn't Monona Terrace put to referendum, or was that purely funding? Was it under the shoreline ordinance too?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Duncan, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. For parks, just a follow-up question with regards to if this were to go to referendum, knowing what Attorney Haas had stated earlier with regards to maybe an April date, would we at that point have numbers that would be able to be added to a potential referendum?
Yes. The next phase of our I should say yes with regards to phase one. But for the entire project, we won't, again, that we won't know the cost, a closer cost of the entire build out for quite some time until we're getting closer to building those projects. Right now, it's just really our best estimate based on those visionary plans. But we should know very soon what we should anticipate for bids for phase one, because our goal would be to bid that next August or September.
Thank you. And then with regards to the public engagement, I know former Alder Allen had stated that he feels as though with all of the engagement that has occurred, it was potentially about 10% of the population of Madison that has been engaged with this. From a standpoint of looking at projects, is 10% a sufficient amount from a city standpoint of community engagement?
I guess that's a really difficult question for me to answer, aside from I know that the community was extremely involved in the lakefront porch, the Lake Monona waterfront and the Madison Lakeway, which is the Lakeway project. I would say there was a lot more engagement around that project than there is on a lot of our other park projects. I'll point out that our park master plan processes, especially for some of our bigger projects, have significant engagement around them because people take a lot of pride and ownership in the parks that they own, or the parks that are in their neighborhoods. So I would say there was a significant amount of engagement on this particular project, though. And there continues to be. There will be another meeting on it next week, and all of the approval processes will all be subject to public engagement as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Anecdotally, Alder, I think there's more engagement on Lakeway than Amtrak, which might come in second at this point in time. I mean, 30,000 is big for us. I have no other alders in the queue with questions at this point in time. I have no other alders in the queue with questions, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on item 11? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I move the following amendment. Subsection F of subsection 3, entitled Exceptions of Section 8.35, entitled Preservation of Shoreline Parks, is created as follows. Subsection F then would read, any construction in or change in the legal status of Olin Park north of East Lakeside Street along the John Nolan Drive Causeway, in Brittingham Park east of South Bedford Street, and Law Park south of South Broome Street that is associated with Phase 1 of the Madison Lakeway project and bike path and pedestrian improvements associated with the John Nolan Drive reconstruction project.
Second. Moved and seconded. Alder, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
Thank you. So as my colleagues know, I shared this amendment with you all in writing tonight. And in that email, I explained that this has been drafted in consultation with relevant city staff, and that spans several departments. Let me begin by saying that MGO 8.35, the preservation of shoreline parks, begins with the following preamble sentence. All City of Madison public parks bordering on lakes or navigable waterways shall be protected as public open space. I want to make it clear that the Madison Lakeway project as we know it now, previously to that, the Lake Monona waterfront master plan, previous to that, the planning effort, previous to that, the downtown plan development, all had that very much as a goal, that we would not only protect the public open space adjacent to the Lake Monona shoreline in the downtown and central city area, but that we would actually expand public park space, that we would do everything we can to expand that public park space, to make the area greener, and above all, to provide for safer access to the lake for people. And I believe that that's what the Madison Lakeway project will do. That's what the master plan that was adopted by this council last year unanimously called for. I won't belabor the point, Mayor, that there was unprecedented public engagement with this. It blew my mind, frankly. As you all know, I've had the privilege of sitting in this chair for a very long time, and I could not believe the amount of excitement and engagement on the Lakeway project. As I said earlier in one of my questions of former Alder Arneson, that the reality is it was hard to even get on the third floor of the Central Library for one of those public meetings. Not only were the two meeting rooms packed to the rafters, the fire marshal probably would have shut the whole library down. It was so overwhelming. We broke the survey monkey because of the record number of votes that we had for online surveys, broke all records of all city agencies in terms of engagement. As you said, Mayor, perhaps second Very likely was the Amtrak station location sighting in the last couple of years. And that's just the reality. So when Parks Division staff approached me and other colleagues a few weeks ago and said, would you consider sponsoring this sixth exception to the referendum requirements, I thought, and admittedly, I've been very much involved from the beginning, going back 15 years in this project. I talk about it in my reports every month to every neighborhood association I speak to monthly, give a Lakeway update, that we had great engagement. We knew of no opposition to the project. No one that I can recall ever came forward and in any way, whether it be one person or an organized group, expressed concerns about the master plan, what it recommended, or the phasing, certainly questions of how in the world are we going to pay for this, how many years will it take, to be sure. But in any event, what I'm saying is, so several of us agreed to the Parks Division staff request that we move forward with this. In retrospect, I'm here to say that was a mistake. I am extremely impressed with the record amount of engagement that we've had in the last 48 hours, I would say, on this topic. I want to echo what the city attorney said. I did not ask the city attorney to say this in his presentation, but there was nothing nefarious by the Parks Division staff or us sponsors. When we introduced this, it was introduced during the normal process a couple council meetings ago. Referred to the relevant city committee, the Board of Park Commissioners, which unanimously approved the kind of blanket exception at their meeting last Wednesday. And there was no attempt to hide this whatsoever. In retrospect, we should have, made it clear that we were going to do this. Perhaps there should have been a press release. Perhaps it should have been an update to the project website that the Parks Division maintains. But in any event, that's in the past now. So this amendment attempts to address those concerns that we've heard loud and clear in the last couple days. I absolutely agree that this 1.7 mile of Lake Monona shoreline improvement contains great unknowns in terms of timing, in terms of what specifically will be built, in terms of construction diagrams when we get to that stage. Of course, how we're going to pay for it, although this ordinance does not in any way discuss the financing of these projects. It all relates to, as I say, protecting public open space and our parks adjacent to our public waterways. So this attempt to narrow the focus to only phase one, I hope addresses the concerns of so many community members that we heard from tonight and the last couple days. Phase one, again, in short, is simply greening up of the John Nolan Causeway. It's confusing to people, but it's two separate projects, one led by the City Engineering Division, one led by the City Parks Division in terms of the John Nolan Drive reconstruction, which is reconstructing the half dozen bridges that make up the causeway and improving the safety of not only for motorists, but very importantly for pedestrians and bicyclists. That project will start this October. That bidding process will be underway shortly. Those construction drawings have been approved by the Board of Public Works in this body. So that is happening. That's starting in a few months. We thought that to be safe, the language in this amendment should cover that as well, because that improvement does involve, very importantly, improving bike path and pedestrian improvements that technically are in that section of Brittingham Park that is adjacent to North Shore Drive. So adjacent to Monona Bay and North Shore Drive does include some transportation improvements that are vitally needed. So that's why we add the language in this proposed amendment to reference the John Nolan Drive reconstruction project as well, even though, as we've heard tonight now several times, this referendum requirement only relates to parks. But again, to be safe, that section is technically a part of Brittingham Park, at the very end of Brittingham Park, if you consider Brittingham Park mostly along West Washington Avenue. Phase one of the Madison Lakeway project, as you've heard tonight, beginning with former Alder Alan Arnson's description of that, simply would begin then immediately following that engineering-led reconstruction of the causeway, but would importantly provide piers, fully accessible piers, would provide tremendous environmental improvements. Sustainability has been a key goal of the Lake Monona Waterfront Master Plan. Improvements to the opportunities for all members of our community to access the lake, enjoy the lake in a safe manner. That is all part of phase one of the Madison Lakeway project. So it is very narrowly defined, but indeed legally, we do believe likely needs an exemption to 8.35 MGO because very small portions of Law Park, Birmingham Park, and Olin Park are a part of that phase one of the Lakeway. The vast majority is John Nolan Drive and the Causeway, which is not technically today a city park. I think we could then change the legal status and extend those parks to include this beautiful new green space that will be built in the next couple of years, which is fully funded. If you're wondering what's the funding package for this, check out the Parks Division's 2026 capital budget request for the Madison Lakeway, and you'll see the funding sources anticipated. It involves TIF, it involves private contributions, et cetera. Moreover, I just want to thank everybody that came out and not only testified tonight, but that sent us their very thoughtful written communications. I am here to say, and speaking only for myself, a mea culpa, that again, thinking that all of this extensive, very positive public engagement we had, not only city-led, even our friends in county government who in their current year budget have supplied a $2 million grant for phase one of the Madison Lakeway and their budget process, our budget processes over the last several years. Madison Lakeway has been discussed a lot amongst ourselves, those paying attention. But I do believe that this very narrow exception for phase one for the John Nolan Drive Causeway, again, I'll call it greening up of the John Nolan Drive Causeway, merits an exemption, just as we've done 5 other times in the last few years, including most recently earlier this year for Spring Harbor Beach Park. So I'll end it there, Mayor, and urge my colleagues to support the amendment and then the underlying motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. What's before us is the Revere Amendment. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm glad to second and will be supporting this amendment. To be honest with you, I would have supported the underlying motion without the amendment. Again, as staff has indicated, and I was at these meetings, there was never any opposition expressed at any point in any of the robust public meetings that we've had. I've not received emails opposing Madison Lakeway. I've not received phone calls opposing Madison Lakeway. I have sensed that some of what has happened in terms of the flurry of emails in the last 24, 48 hours has to do with the current political environment in our country, having to do with a sense of helplessness and the concern that our democracy is being taken away from us. So why would I, the Alder of District 13, who believes strongly in participatory democracy and believes that voice is an essential characteristic of participatory democracy, support not having a referendum? Well, first of all, many who have said that we should have a referendum have addressed the cost, that this overall project could cost upwards of $300 to $1 million and more. But in District 13 at the Triangle redevelopment project approved by this council is a $300 million project. It's not, in my mind, something that this council needs to do every time there is a big project to turn it over to the voters for a referendum. That may give us the feeling that somehow or another that is a more democratic process, but participatory democracy works through the process that we have now. where things go to committees and people testify at the committees, and we as elected officials take the information from those committees and then vote. The master plan that was approved on by last year's council that some of you were not a part of went through 6 committees and was approved unanimously. 6 committees approved it unanimously. Then this body approved it, that master plan, that comprehensive master plan that was years in the making, passed unanimously. Now, I believe that this amendment is in a sense a concession, a recognition that perhaps we could break this off in chunks that are more palatable and address some of that sense of helplessness that people have given what's going on in Washington, fearful about their loss of their democracy. This is not an abrogation of people's democratic rights. It's a recognition that this robust public engagement that we've had to date, and yes, I was at that meeting at the public library, I couldn't get a seat. I had to stand, and quite frankly, I don't like to stand for a couple hours at a time. I believe that it makes sense for us to move forward with this and without going to a referendum, and without requiring a referendum to go forward with every time that there is an element of this, not even just a phase, but let's say we move, that's the way master plans work. You don't have an entire phase. Sometimes you just have an element of a phase. You might just have the underpass of a bridge that you have the money for and that you're ready to go forward with. And to me, there could be multiple elements that the current ordinance would require a referendum. To me, that's problematic. But again, let's bite this off in chunks. Let's pass this amendment. Let's waive the requirement for a referendum for this section. Subsequently, for that and for the parts with Law Park in particular that call for a public performance space and an amphitheater and things like that, we can go back to the drawing board and see if it's necessary to put that forward to a referendum. But we don't have any idea what any of this is going to cost. And certainly the undetermined aspect of that has to do with no prominent donor has come forward. And much of this cannot and will not be built in the absence of a donor who comes to the table. Someone on the order of the kind of funding that we got for Overture Center. Major dollars. It's hard to go to the voters when we don't have that information. But we can go now and move forward, waive the referendum requirement, and move forward with the work plan that's currently in place. And I ask my colleagues to please support the amended motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Field.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly. As amended, this narrower exemption allows the more immediate and increasingly time-sensitive planning work to proceed, while leaving the later, more expensive and more transformational phases up to future decision makers or the voters. While many details about the future phases are too far away to have useful details, it is clear that the city government will not by itself have the resources to fund the entire vision laid out in Madison Lakeway Master Plan. In the long run, we will need help, both from other granting agencies and from private donors, and I sure hope that this exemption helps to get that fundraising effort underway. I urge my colleagues to support the narrower measure. I want to thank the residents, the many residents who came out and shared their thoughts with us tonight, and I especially want to thank our Parks Division staff for all of their work and dedication to carrying out the public's vision as laid out in that plan.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Glenn.
Thank you, Mayor. If you go to this item on Legistar, you will see from Parks that I was one of Parks that voted for this. And over the last few days more so, have heard from, spoke to, and grappled with what was happening and what it was. What I voted on was exactly what most have heard here tonight, was this beautiful project that had had engagement and need and want, and a community that decided that they were going to keep our lakes beautiful and our parks and our lakeshore and make it more accessible for the community. What I have also learned in the last few days is that while me, thought that was enough, it wasn't. And while the Lakeway project is beautiful and wanted and went through the process, our community has spoken, and much like Alder Evers has said, we have recognized and are listening as we do as alders. I also urge for our colleagues to take a look at the amendment. I honestly don't know what I would have done had we not had the amendment, so I appreciate it greatly. There was a lot of people who put a lot of hours, and I want to recognize that. We talked about this at Board of Parks. I heard at Parks of how much work was being put into it. There are a lot of people that put in a lot of things around the MGO and wanting a referendum on anything to do with the lakes. And thank you for all that have put in the work over, was it 1992? It's what democracy looks like. What I've learned, I think we've learned, is it's not enough engagement. And they want more. And I think what we've given with this amendment is a compromise. And democracy is about compromise. People here love their lakes, their parks, their green space, transparency, and I think we are giving that tonight. The Lakeways project is loved, but so is their right to be heard and be a part of the decisions being made, even when we think we know what's best. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Matthews.
Thank you. So I'm sure we've all received a lot of emails in the last 24 to 48 hours, or even just 12 hours. And a lot of the ones that I received from people in my district were opposed to this. I also did receive some that wanted this to happen. And even with all of the opposition that we've heard tonight, I think the vast majority that I've heard are folks asking for a referendum. A couple people have mentioned wanting to have that iterative process throughout the whole thing, but a lot of people are wanting a referendum, and that does not seem like that is something that is going to be possible or is likely to be possible with all the complications of this project. The original ordinance, it sounds like, came about because of not wanting to have the city pool at Olin Park. And this happened prior to 1992. And I think that it sounds like people are pretty unanimous that were around and fought for that it worked well, and the ordinance was great in that case for a very simple, specific project. There's also been mention of the Monona Terrace being something that has gone through this ordinance. And I will say several of the emails that I've read mentioned the Monona Terrace project not as a success, but as a reason why, something that was very drawn out and potentially seemed unnecessary. Again, I was not really around at that time, so I can't personally speak to that, but some of my constituents specifically mentioned that for reasons that they would be in favor of this. And to speak to the pool aspect, I do just want to say that it sounds like we maybe could have had a pool sometime in the early 90s, and the Goodman Pool opened in 2006. I'm not saying that, just as context of what that process could mean. I think a lot of people have also asked why not do a referendum if it's a good project. The timing and cost and things don't seem that bad with the planning process. I will say my concern there is the mention of the private fundraising, that they have a goal to meet by August of 2026, and that this exemption would really put a lot of confidence into the project. As Alder Evers mentioned, there isn't a lead donation at this time. And so if we were to do a referendum and get that on the earliest possible ballot, which I think is the April of 2026, they would have 3 months of that confident fundraising versus if we do this exemption, this partial exemption, they will have a full year. And I think, as has already been mentioned, just this is a project that is great. It looks awesome. But we need the private fundraising because there's a lot of extremely important infrastructure that isn't pretty or awesome, but will have huge impacts on people's lives that we need to be funding as a city as well. Sorry, my one other piece with the multiple referendums versus one referendum is that, you know, already I'm hearing a lot from folks and this whole time on the public market votes and the Imagination Center, and that those processes have seemed really drawn out, and the delays are upsetting. And so I am worried about the thought of having these iterative referenda for each phase, and the general public who are going to have the referendum on their ballots, just that it doesn't even put confidence into them because they're just like voting on it over and over again. I understand that's not the case for people who are extremely engaged and want to have that exact voice heard here. And Madison has more super engaged people than I think a lot of other places, but that still might not be most of the people who are voting on a referendum. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Mayor?
Thank you. Point of order, Mayor, will we have discussion on the main motion, whether or not this amendment passes?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I have a lot to say on the main motion. I'm going to wait for that. I just want to say that I will vote for this amendment because I do appreciate that it narrows the focus quite a bit. However, if it does pass, I would seek to refer the total motion to the next council meeting. Since we've had such great public engagement, I think that the public would deserve time to digest this change and re-comment on that as it is. So I will support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I'm kind of torn on this one. You know, I feel deeply about citizens' access and input, our basic democracy. And I think I've mentioned in previous meetings about my concerns about this body removing access to citizens' input by when we eliminated some committees that I felt was very important. And I think it's particularly relevant at the local and neighborhood level. I think this issue is important at this level, regardless of what's happening at the national level. I've heard a lot of feedback. I got a lot of feedback. And I really do feel strongly about transparency and also about process. And I've heard a lot. We've all gotten a lot of information about people's concerns. I mean, I think there seemed to be a lot of legal confusion at best. And so it's a little, I'm a little conflicted. But I talked to Alder Revere earlier, and I do believe his ordinance amendment is made in good faith. So I'm probably going to support his amendment. You know, I really trust him as one of my long-term colleagues on this one, and that the focus being on phase one, and I don't want to delay any of the timing on a project that can be potentially down the road, really important to the the livelihood of our community residents. I'm hoping that it could be something like when people think of Austin, when people think of San Antonio, they think of the Riverwalk. Well, maybe they'll come to Madison and think of the Lakefront project. I'm hopeful. I have a lot of concerns, obviously, about can we get the partnership, the public-private partnership to make this thing happen, because a lot of our residents are feeling really uneasy and strapped about the high taxes that we pay. And I'm not going to harp on that, but I'm going to support this. I trust my colleague on this one, and I hope that ultimately, I'm making a decision probably against my better judgment, but that's what I'm going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Pritchett?
I've been a Madisonian since 1976, probably before many, if not most of you were born. I understand and know about the Overture Center. I know and understand referendum and things like that with Monona Terrace. So I'm conflicted, and I want you to know I'm conflicted. And why? Because I have seen too many times people have lost faith in the system as we currently know it. I'm concerned too because after phase one, when there is no more funding, who pays? That's a big question. That question has not been answered. I'm also conflicted because how do we go about restoring hope in democracy for people who are no longer or see themselves no longer a part of the system that should be there for them, that's not there anymore, simply because we use words, we use language that's not understood by many, if not most. Now, I say that because I have lawyers in my family, and I tell them all the time, speak plain language. They don't do it, and that's a problem, especially when you're trying to get buy-in from people who don't understand. What is it about, what's so sacred about legalese terminology? You can't break it down. Is it because you don't want them to understand? Why? If you are secure in what you really believe about the law, about an ordinance, et cetera, then you should be able to use plain, simple language. That I haven't seen. So I say again, I'm conflicted. And right now, when my name is called, I can't tell you which way I'm going to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler?
Well, I'm not conflicted. As Alder Revere admitted that in hindsight, we should have been much more transparent with the discussion of referendum. I'm voting no, not because I don't support the lakefront in any way, but because we have not done an adequate job with communication on this one. So that's it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder O'Brien?
Thank you. Also, thank you to all the colleagues who took my call today and listened to me muse about democracy and voting and the rights of people's voices to be heard. I've spent more time thinking about representative democracy and versus direct democracy today than I think I have ever spent in my entire life thinking about that. And I took years and years and years of political science classes and studied all of those political philosophers. And today was more than I learned, I think, in those 4 years of school. I want to share a quote that I think about almost every day during my day job, that the will of the people is the law of the land. It's a quote that I hold dear to me during my work in the Capitol and working with the communities that I serve, and hearing and seeing the dramatic number of emails and calls that have come in, I couldn't support the general ordinance change that's in front of us. I love the Lakeways project. It is a stunning project, and I really, truly want it to become a reality for our community. But to me, the ordinance, MGO 8.35, is crystal clear in what it outlines. And I might not like that. I might not want it to go to referendum because it might not come to fruition and it might be messy, but that's what democracy is. It's messy, it's a headache, it takes time, it might cost a little bit more, and it might not be as clear, but that is what the MGO says, and that is the essence of why we do this, is because it is what the voters have asked for. So I'm excited that we have an amendment because I do want the project to move forward. I really do. And so I will be supporting the amendment. And I'm very glad that we have it, but I always want to carry that quote that the will of the people is the law of the land as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. Alder Harrington McKinney.
I always do this at the end. When I first came to Madison, I drove down John Nolan. I said, what a beautiful city this is. And I was just amazed at it. And I went to the Democratic convention, and I was again amazed at the will of the people and the voice of the people. I stand by processes. And so some of my decisions, whether they were accepted or understood, I always stand on the process. And as I reviewed all of the emails and did my research related to following the process, I am not going to be able to support the amendment. I will not be able to support it because I'm not confident in the process that was followed. We've spent hours explaining what that process is. I read the background information, but I still come back to the point of the 10% of the people who are even in the overflow of the library. When these decisions are made, my little district in District 20, they will weigh in. They might not have been in the room at the library, but their voices are just as strong and should be represented. And the reason that I'm sitting in this seat is that I hear their voices in my ear. And because I hear their voices in my ear, I'm not going to be able to support this at all, and my vote will be no.
Thank you, Alder. Now I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. Right, what's before us is the Revere Amendment. amending the main motion to only apply to Phase 1. Anticipating disagreement. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Knox?
Aye.
Aye. Madison?
Aye.
Aye. Martinez Rutherford?
Would you come back to me?
Yeah. Matthews? Aye. Mayor? Aye. O'Brien? Aye. Okovich? Aye. Pritchett? No. Tischler?
No.
No. Verveer?
Aye.
Aye. Vitiver? Aye. Duncan?
Aye.
Aye. Evers?
Aye.
Aye. Field? Aye. Figueroa Cole?
Aye.
Aye. Glenn? Aye. Govindarajan?
Aye.
Aye. Ugair? Aye. Harrington McKinney? No. Lankella?
Aye.
Aye. And Martinez Rutherford?
Aye.
Aye. So that is 17 ayes and 3 noes.
17 ayes, the amendment passes. What's before us now is the amended main motion. Further discussion, Alder Mayor.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I wrote this up before the amendment, but I still think it applies. We've seen tonight that the Madison Lakeway Master Plan paints a lovely picture of an activated lakeshore, one I'm likely to be in favor of when formal approval comes from the council. In fact, I co-sponsored an upcoming agenda item tonight to transfer funds to from the Olin Trust Fund to the Parks Division in order to move planning forward. But the agenda item before us is not about that. The Shoreline Ordinance was approved by 60% of voters some 33 years ago. And from what I've read, it was the first used to approve construction of Monona Terrace. And I did get confirmation that actually passed on the night of the 1992 presidential election. Yes, the council has seen fit to amend it over the years for a number of small projects. And indeed, the drafters of the ordinance did not intend it to hold up small projects. But the Madison Lakeway is no small project. In fact, the Lakeway is exactly the kind of proposal this ordinance was meant to address. I've received lots of constituent contact from neighbors who are largely supportive of the proposal, but still demand the right to vote in a referendum. Yes, there's been lots of public engagement, and that's great. I applaud the outreach done by all involved. We should and do seek out public comment on all manner of city business. Some of you may remember the private Edgewater redevelopment proposal. There were over between 500 to 100 meetings, public city council. I know because I was at half of them, but there was no referenda because that was not part of that process. This specific type of development requires a referendum by ordinance. It is an unusual process because it is unique. It was set 33 years ago for a reason. We have heard legal arguments for why we may amend the ordinance, but also plenty of public comments as to why we should not. If you don't agree with it, you could put forward legislation to repeal the Shoreline Ordinance entirely and see how that goes. Otherwise, let us follow the will of the voters and put this to referendum. And for that reason, I would move to refer this to the next council meeting so that the public has time to digest and reply to the amended motion.
Motion is to refer to the 1st August council meeting.
Yes.
Is there a second?
I second.
Moved and seconded to refer. What's before us now is the question of referral. You've already spoken to it. Do you wish to speak further?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Oakwitz, is it on the question of referral?
No.
Is there discussion on the question of referral? Seeing Alder Matthews.
I just wanted to say that the 3 weeks that it'll be to refer this, I would feel comfortable with giving the public that time to digest this and for all of us to digest a little bit more and put out our own blogs and do our own outreach after the email and emails that we've all gotten.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not inclined to support the referral because I think referrals serve a purpose of asking the question is, are we going to get any more information that would change our vote for the underlying motion? And I don't think there is additional information that would change my vote for the underlying motion that as it was amended tonight. And I think you need to ask yourself, is there additional information out there that would change the vote that you are having tonight for the amended version regarding this first phase? It feels vaguely performative that we delay this 2 weeks when there's very likely to not have additional information in the interim. And I understand there's a lot of concerns, but there's a lot of misinformation out there. We can certainly, I have been trying to correct the misinformation with my own blogs. And by the way, there is a public information meeting on Monday that you can register and participate in and be at. And I would encourage you all to be at and to invite your constituents to be at. Ask yourself, is there more information that's necessary that will impact the vote that you would take? Or are you comfortable with your vote tonight? I will not be supporting the referral for those reasons.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually echo that sentiment. I mean, I think we received a lot of good information tonight that perhaps we should rewash and try to share that in our blogs to educate people on the ordinance, and also to figure out if we can make that ordinance, changes the ordinance so it's more clear on what the intent of the ordinance really is. But I don't see what 3 weeks is going to do for my vote to change on this regard. So I don't think I'm going to learn anything new. So I will not be supporting referral. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Matthews for the second time.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, right, I'm pretty new, so maybe this isn't a valid reason, but I just want to give a quick example. Even today, right, I think I had like 5 new emails by 8 a.m. this morning. And one of those was very, very much opposed. And then by 3:26 this afternoon, I received another email from that same person saying that they had looked into things a little bit more, and that their opposition had changed, and their thoughts on it had changed even just in that 8 hours, or, I don't know. And so I think by referring it, we're giving the public the chance to also look into things a little bit more on their own without the negative feelings that they will have potentially if it were to pass tonight. And there is the public meeting next week. I would say that I don't necessarily think that I will be getting information that will change my vote, and so maybe that's not fair to refer. But my thought is that we could give the public time to think about this, and maybe that will change their minds some.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Pritchett.
There's a phrase and it says, delay is preferable to error. And I believe that. And it's akin to reading a book the first time, and you discuss it with other people, and they said, oh, well, I understood it to be this way, and you say, I understood it to be that way. And you come away from having a discussion or sitting on it and thinking about it for a while, and you said, oh, yeah, now I see what you mean. So I'm going to go back to the phrase again. Delay is preferable to error. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I am not going to support delaying or deferring, simply because I do believe Alder Revere's amendment to the original does take care of a lot of the concerns that we were hearing about. And from experience here on council, oftentimes a delay just equals a little of doing nothing or doing not much at all. So it doesn't necessarily change much from, the input that we're going to get, the time that alders spent to inform their constituents. What I've seen is that not a lot changes. It's sort of like we have a repeat of what we've done tonight. And I believe early on in this term, we all kind of decided that we wanted an efficient working common council so we can get a lot of important things done. So I do want to just say thank you to Alder Revere for the amendment. His amendment also with the, I think the alder that preceded Alder Evers was really helpful for me. And I will definitely direct my constituents to that Monday meeting, but there is nothing that I've heard or will hear that will change how I'm going to vote tonight. So I implore you all not to delay this, because oftentimes I'm confident you each can go back to an experience where we delayed something, someone advocated for delayed, and delayed equated to nothing. Not very little. It was very little. So not totally nothing, but not enough to change much. So I won't be supporting delaying.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Mayor for the second time.
Sure. I appreciate and understand Alder Evers' point on here, and I think it's a good one. I think what I plan to understand better is this area, what parts of the causeway are and are not park, or could be constructed without going to referendum on that, putting the park portions aside. I think that we really freaked out the electorate on this one. I think you can see from what came through here, a lot of people were caught unawares about it. And if anything, I'm not asking to refer it back to parks or for another 3 months down, just the next council meeting. And I think we owe that to our constituents to give them a little time to take this in. And my vote actually could change. If the referral doesn't pass, I'm voting this down. But if the referral does go through, I'm willing to listen to what my constituents have to say about this, because they may feel different about this specific piece rather than the entire Madison Lakeway going through. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much 3 weeks is going to make a difference. I mean, I will be referring or having my constituents attend the next meeting. Was on the Monday. But I also wonder what besides us putting stuff on our blog and taking excerpts from tonight's meeting, what is the city staff going to be doing to help with communicating the information? And then also I want to just, I guess, have a clarification on if the building, there's the engineering part of the road construction is going to be moving forward no matter what. It's just the parks aspect to that. Is that, am I correct in that, or this is, so if we did go to yeah, so I guess I want to just kind of make sure I understand. We have two different departments, and if the engineering of the streets is going to move forward by October, are we just really talking about the park aspect of this phase one plan?
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. The question before us is referral to the August 5th council meeting. Anticipating disagreement. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Knox?
Aye.
Aye. Madison?
No.
No. Martinez Rutherford?
No.
No. Matthews? Yeah, I can come back. Mayor?
Aye.
Aye. O'Brien? No. Okovich? No. Pritchett? Yes. Aye. Tischler?
No.
No. Verveer? No. No. Vitiver? No. No. Duncan? I didn't hear that. No.
Sorry, nope.
No. Evers? No. No. Field? No. Figueroa Cole?
No.
No. Glenn? No. Govindarajan?
No.
No. Ugair? No. No. Harrington McKinney? Aye. Lankella?
No.
No. And Alder Matthews? No. No. 4 ayes and 16 noes.
With 16 noes, the motion to refer fails. What's back before us is the amended motion, so solely exempting phase one. Is there further discussion? Alder Okowitz.
Thank you, Mayor. I will start by once again thanking everyone who sent in comment. I did read all the emails that came in. It was a lot, including somebody from my district who helped participate in the original 1992 referendum. And so thank you to everyone who commented. Thank you to everyone with your work on this. The attorney's opinion is this is not a charter ordinance. I read the memo that has been sent that is from 2004, and it makes sense to me. So I think where I'm at with this is it's not a charter ordinance, so it's an ordinance under the control of the Common Council. And what we have here is what are the expectations? And I will be honest, before, 2 days ago, I did not know that this ordinance existed. I did not know that the shoreline parks needed to go to referendum. In my district, District 2, we have one major shoreline park, James Madison, which we share with Alder Mayor. It's one of our only major parks, and in 2019, we adopted a master plan for it. I have talked with many people about this master plan, and not once has it come up that, if we need to do anything with it, it's going to need to go to referendum. If it came down to it, if we were in a similar situation for James Madison Park, I would be supporting excluding it from this ordinance because, again, it comes down to expectations, and my expectations of the city and what I think my constituents' expectations of the cities are, and what's in the preamble that Alder Verveer mentioned in the ordinance is that the city is going to protect access to shoreland. It's going to preserve the beauty and nature of our parks. It's going to improve access. It's going to improve accessibility. And it's going to get things done. I want to get things done for my constituents. Again, if this came up with James Madison, I would be proposing a very similar ordinance because it is easy to get cynical about government and how slow it can work. And what we have been hearing from people via email is that everyone supports this. Everyone supports the Lakeshore Park. I have had very few people say that they don't. I think the people in my district support it. And so it comes down to holding a referendum to understand that we support this. And it just becomes process over outcomes. It becomes, are we going to go through this process in order to approve this park? Or can we just approve the park and get started on the hard work of raising money and getting things done? So, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan?
I call the question.
Conveniently, there's no one else in the queue at this time.
Perfect.
So we will move to a vote. What's before us again is the motion as amended by the Verveer amendment. So an aye vote would exempt only phase 1 from the referendum requirement. No vote would not exempt phase 1. We're only discussing phase 1 at this point in time. So all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Knox.
Aye.
Aye. Madison.
Aye.
Aye. Martinez Rutherford.
Aye.
Aye. Matthews. Aye. Mayor. No. No. O'Brien. Aye. Okovich. Aye. Pritchett. Aye. Tischler.
No.
No. Verveer. Aye. Vitiver. Aye. Duncan.
Aye.
Aye. Evers. Aye. Field. Aye. Figueroa Cole.
Aye.
Aye. Glenn. Aye. Govindarajan.
Aye.
Aye. Ugair. Aye. Harrington McKinney. No. Lankella. Aye. That is 17 ayes and 3 noes.
With 17 ayes, the motion passes. And Alder Vitiver.
We have a 5-minute break.
Alder Vitiver moves a 5-minute break. Is there a second? It's moved and seconded. Is there any objection to taking a 5-minute break? Seeing no objection, it is 10:23. Should we just say 10:30? We're adjourned. We're on break until 10:30.
Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. All right, what's before us is item 41, Legistar 88832, authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute agreement with the Madison Lakeway Partners Incorporated as a nonprofit charitable partner to support the redevelopment of the Madison Lakeway and transfer $25,000 from the Olin Trust Fund to the Parks Division's operating budget in order to make a payment to the partners. On item 41, President Vitiver, a motion, please.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to approve item 41. Are there questions for staff on item 41? Alder Okowitz.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is a question for the park superintendent. Reading through the agreement, there's a transfer of the trademark. It sounds like the trademark is already in possession of the Lakeway project and it's being licensed for use for the city. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I do want to say that Assistant Superintendent CJ Ryan is on the call also, and she's been working very closely with the Lakeway partners, so she can speak more to that.
Good evening, Alder. This is CJ Ryan. And to answer your questions, this agreement confirms their ownership and that they will license the IP, the intellectual property, back to the city for free in perpetuity. If there is some point where the partners no longer want to own the intellectual property for any reason, the city has the right of first refusal to purchase it back from them for the costs that they have incurred in maintaining the intellectual property, minus the $28,000 that the city has invested in it up to this point. So that is what you see in the agreement before you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for staff on item 41? Seeing, Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify. I heard two amounts, and I just want to clarify the amount. It said transfer of $25,000. Are we in the same? Did I miss here?
There are two amounts under consideration in this agreement. I referenced the $28,000 that we would pay to the partners if they were to ever need to sell back the intellectual property. So the branding, the turtle, the word marks, all of that sort of thing. If at some point we were to buy that back from them, it would be the cost that they have incurred in maintaining the trademark, as well as that minus the $28,000 that we had, that we have already invested. Sorry, if that was confusing, I will repeat it. However, to answer your question about the $25,000, that is something separate and apart, unrelated to the IP, unrelated to the intellectual property. The $25,000 that is authorized with this resolution is funding that is currently in the Olin Trust Fund and would be transferred to the partners to support their operations during this initial operating phase as they're kicking off their capital campaign.
Okay, and I specifically pulled item number 41 for staff to address the $25,000. And so would you just, in a quick nutshell, give me that $25,000 and what that cost goes to?
Yes, the cost will.
Just a quick summary.
As quick as I can, it will support the operations of the Madison Lakeway Partners while they kick off their capital campaign.
Was that in the original agreement?
This is the first agreement that we have with the Madison Lakeway Partners.
Okay.
Any further questions, Alder?
No, I do have a further question. So this is the original agreement? Where is there
Yes.
is there a written agreement between the city to fund or transfer the $25,000?
That is what you're voting on today. This is the first agreement that we have with the Madison Lakeway Partners. This is the organization formerly known as the Friends of Nolan Waterfront. They incorporated recently. They hired their first executive director last fall, and we have finally negotiated an agreement with them. And inclusive in the agreement is the recommendation to fund $25,000 from the Olin Trust Fund to the partners for their operations.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler, questions?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. 25,000 is not, it's a lot of money. It's not a huge amount compared to other amounts we've been talking about tonight. But my understanding was, is this coming to the Common Council because it's going from a trust to an outside group? Whereas if it was inside from department to department, this could just be transferred by the mayor. It wouldn't have to come through the Common Council for this small amount. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a budget amendment, and the fact that it is included with the agreement, we thought it would be, it would be best for the council to vote on both together.
Okay, but you don't have to. You're just doing this as a courtesy to us.
I would refer that to the attorney's office. When we put together the contract and resolution, we worked closely with the attorney's office, and I don't want to misspeak on the thresholds for having to go to council.
I believe the fact that because it's a contract and a budget amendment, it would need to come to council regardless.
Definitely the budget amendment. Yeah, definitely the budget amendment piece.
All right. Other questions for staff on this item? All right, seeing none, it has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 41. That will take us to item 43. Item 43 is Legistar 88867, authorizing the City of Madison's Economic Development Division to award up to $500,000 of building improvement grants to Madison Public Market merchants using funding available within the existing Madison Public Market budget. On item 43, President Vitiver, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 43. On item 43, are there questions? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you. And this is for staff, a brief update on the building improvement grants and where that is in terms of completion for the public market.
Alder, I think so. There's I think two questions you're asking. One is relative to building improvement grants, and the other is the Madison Public Market. In terms of the construction of the Madison Public Market, we are nearing phase one, which is the city portion of the project. There are just a few outstanding items to complete, and then the city will secure a certificate of occupancy for the building, and then turn the building over to the foundation to complete phase two, which is the build out of the individual merchant spaces by the merchants themselves. The resolution before you this evening authorizes us to use some of the savings in the construction budget to provide building improvement grants to individual merchants to then do the build out of their spaces, which is phase two of the project. That work has not started yet because we are still wrapping up phase one, the city portion. But assuming that the council were to approve this resolution this evening, we would work with the foundation to start issuing building improvement grants to merchants that will locate there.
And a follow-up question is that award up to $500,000 for the improvements. Is that a cap? Is that an expectation of that would be enough money, or would you be coming before the council for another amendment?
Sure. So the building improvement grants provide up to $50,000 per applicant. So if, let's say, 10 merchants received the maximum of 50,000, it could help provide support to 10 merchants within the facility. In terms of the overall budget, it's the expectation that, actually, let me take a step back. Within the existing public market budget, there's already $500,000 to assist with tenant build out. So this will be providing an additional $500,000 towards tenant build out. The expectation is that merchants within the public market will be responsible for paying for their tenant build out in a variety of different ways. One is perhaps applying for a building improvement grant. Another is to work with the foundation to utilize the money that's already in the budget. And there's also an expectation that some merchants will need to provide their own funding to assist with that tenant build out. So it's never been the expectation that the project budget would pay for the entirety of tenant build out of space. And through this building improvement grant program, our goal is to work with the foundation to direct these funds to those merchants that are likely in the greatest need for financial support to assist with their build out.
Thank you. My follow-up question is that, is there then an anticipated cap, or is that fluid?
The cap that we would have is the $500,000 that you would be authorizing this evening, plus the $500,000 that's already in the budget. So it would be a $1 million cap total for tenant improvements from the city budget. But again, likely the total cost of doing tenant improvements will exceed that, and they'll be funded by funding brought by the individual merchants themselves.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Pritchett? Oh,
This is in the budgets.
Sorry, go ahead. I just failed to turn your microphone on in time.
Oh, is on?
Yes, now.
Will you be asking merchants for budgets and for invoices?
Yes, so the requirement for the building improvement grant program, as part of the application, they submit a proposed budget. We then presumably will approve for some of these, an award of funding, and then they do need to submit documentation of the costs that they actually incurred.
And what if they need additional funds?
Well, so we have had situations in the past where if a business, because as a reminder, the Building Improvement Grant Program is an existing program located throughout the city, funded in various TIF districts. So we have had situations in the past where a business has applied for less than the program cap and then has applied a second time because they still had funding ability. The maximum that we'll provide for a single business is $50,000, but we do have precedent for doing that over multiple tranches.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox?
Yeah, I was just curious. So do you have, I assume you have a list of potential businesses to go into this particular public market? Do you know how many potential grants that you will be dispersing, or at least businesses that currently are slated to go into that public market?
Yes. It's still hard to pin down the exact number because there are some spaces within the public market that could be either one larger merchant or two smaller merchants. And the foundation, the Public Market Foundation, is currently working with prospective merchants, and they're kind of identifying that. There's approximately, though, 22, 23 spaces where this tenant build-out funding could be utilized. There's going to be more merchants, however, in the public market building because there's going to be a series of day stalls that are for very temporary vendors that maybe will only be there for a couple weeks or even a couple days. So the total number of businesses that'll be in the public market will exceed that. But we're kind of looking around 20 spaces where there might be eligibility to utilize this funding.
So I guess conceptually, I'm just kind of curious, why would these be grants as opposed to loans, low interest loans that they could pay back?
Yep. So the Building Improvement Grant Program is an existing program that we have. And what we've found is that so many of these merchants will likely have some loans to assist with this work because, as I mentioned before, in many cases, vendors will be required to have their own financing in addition to the support. So in other words, $50,000 might not be enough in all cases to cover the entire cost of a tenant build-out. What we have found, and the rationale for the Building Improvement Grant Program and to have it as grants is that there's often a limit to the amount of funding that a business can borrow. And so the grant funding enables the project to move forward where a business might not be able to achieve a loan for the entirety of the project. In particular, in the case of the public market, the foundation is very much interested in helping to support those entrepreneurs that maybe don't have the ability that wouldn't have the ability to locate in a bricks and mortar space if it wasn't for the public market. And one of the things the resolution directs us to do is to work with the foundation to direct these funds to those businesses that are least capitalized. So to those businesses that would have less ability to secure loans because they're maybe new or they just don't have a revenue stream yet that it could support a loan from a bank. So really we want to direct these funds to those new entrepreneurs or relatively new entrepreneurs that have the greatest financial need for this support, and they would likely not be able to secure loans to cover the entire build-out cost.
Yeah, I won't ask any more questions because I can meet with staff and talk about. I'm assuming that you have criteria where they have, business plans and all of that and other capital. So thank you for responding to my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue with questions for staff. So item 43 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, then item 43 has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 43. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will bring us to the end of our agenda. Alder Knox, it's your turn.
I move for adjournment.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing no objection, we stand adjourned. Have a good evening.